I tweeted him out beforehand.
So you're like a serious list racer.
Tweet, yeah, man. 2 tweet.
Um, well, so for the person, just so you can follow along, if you check the one quote tweet on this week's Brick Talk, you'll see my suggestions for awards.
Say that again. If you said, I'm not sure what you said, Jason, but if you want, you can just share the tweet to us or tag it with Brick Talk, and I'll share it with everybody.
All right, I'll tag it. Yeah. All right. Talk.
But, Jason, so like him really take it serious, then I man have a list.
I said, yeah, bro, the man list strong, man. 2 tweet.
Let me know if you see it. So the quote tweet for this Brick Talk, that's where you see the list.
Okay. Well, I'll find it. Don't worry. Let's hear the list.
I'll send
Don't worry about that.
All All right, so I think we should start this off properly. The best fundamentals award.
Oh wow! So I thought you were going to say we'll start off with the national anthem and prayer.
Oh, that works.
Yeah,
What
how
the
that work?
criteria for that?
Why? I think in my view, there can only be one winner for this now. It would be JMMB.
No, man. Eh,
I can't
All right,
I
Jason.
can't see any other company
yes.
with it.
What's the IC another company? Explain what's the winning now?
So
Yeah, what's the criteria?
What's the
so the
criteria?
criteria for the award would be the company with clearly the strongest fundamental that many believe should be higher, but investors just aren't buying into it.
MP,
Yeah, I
JMB?
said JMMB for the best fundamentals award.
I want to like Signals and NCB.
Signal
Mm.
and NCB are great, but I think especially like if you listen out at the AGM, it seems like they're just like the CEO said that a lot of investors in the market are just non-fundamental, right?
All
That
right.
don't mean it. That don't make that fundamental. The criteria you described fit Signals and NCB well too.
I mean,
I think that's also your pick.
well,
JMB is your pick, but I'm sure people disagree with you and say Signals are
all
NCB.
right, that's fair, Danny. That's fair. But for me, nothing can beat JMB for the best fundamentals award.
All
Best
right.
fundamentals award. So it's just straight up which company on the market has the best fundamentals in your view.
Yeah, straight up. And the one company that's constantly reiterating, how the rest of us are just so non-fundamental.
The probably I can't disagree with the last part. I don't think they do it deliberately, but in this market where the retail investors, especially this year, have carried so much. Last year have carried so much strength. It was a noticeable comment, at least to my eyes.
Indeed.
It sounds like it also is to your eyes, Jason, because you're not letting it go
That
out your
one
mouth.
my hurt, hurt.
Jason,
Yeah,
man.
man.
So Jason, your own. Why you hurt?
I hurt because, you see, a company that really could be higher, but, management just make up excuses like about arbitrage and how, and yeah, you know what really hurts the most? We are being called non-fundamental, and I'm seeing some heavy sales by some executives.
I get you, Jason. So Jason come
So
and
No,
Jason,
man, this
Jason come
thing
and vent.
personal, this thing personal.
well, Jason. So Jason, who was being called non-fundamental? The people invested in JMB or the people selling?
It's not the people selling it, because the people selling are the connected parties and, the directors and stuff. So we are the
Wow.
ones our work being called non-fundamental.
So imagine if you buy the stock and if you're called non-fundamental because you buy the stock. You continue. Why not sell it? See, and follow the fundamental people that are also selling it,
Well, I
right?
think
I
the
mean,
actual the actual
I
yeah the
well,
know.
actual quote
I
was
mean,
was was selling for non-fundamental reasons.
reasons. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't think the issue was taken with who is selling. It's the reasons you're selling. So if it's like a thing, you do math. So the same actually, I was saying, I never the same answer, but it must show working.
I disagree. I disagree with that, Dan. I disagree.
The quote, no, the quote was selling for non-fundamental
Yeah,
reasons.
yeah, and I disagree with that, because the thing is, I feel like
So I disagree with.
the
I
only
disagree with.
time you're selling for fundamental reasons when you're a director, right? If you're not a director or one of them up there, you're just a regular retail investor, then you're selling for non-fundamental reasons.
I don't know.
That's my
I don't think.
interpretation.
I don't think. I think whoever said it would know why they're selling. If they were selling as well, they would know why they're selling, and the reasons they're selling could be fundamental,
Really
right?
now.
But then the question for me is that I don't know that anybody submits a reason when they sell a stock. Like JC's not like, okay, give reasons for your sale. Works. So I don't know how the decision was arrived at that anybody else is selling for any reasons.
I mean,
For any other reasons are known why the person, whoever was selling. So
all right.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Don't make then I talk you to your award in a Jason. If you get
But
an
yeah,
award, you get
do
an
not, yeah,
award.
man, support the thing there, cause I argue against it just for the sake of it. The thing there.
So you get JMMB and you have any runners up? Who
Runners
is
up.
There's no runner up, you know. There's just JMB.
word? Damn. All right.
Yeah, man. Straight.
All right. What's
Far end of the pack.
what's the for the people on YouTube or the people watching? I just show you Jason's tweet here where he's saying so he's giving out the well you didn't even have fundamental in this list
No, no, the first one is the best
Best
fundamentals one.
fundamentals award.
unless I'm not looking at the right account. I see you have split
Hold
of the
on.
year, hottest bun of the year, best
Scroll up, Randy.
CEO of the year.
You're looking at the follow up tweet.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Mm.
Thank you. All right. So you have the best fundamentals award, and you've given that to JMB. Damn. All right.
Mm.
Uh, underdog of the year. How that go now?
It has to be that one company that really, I'd say, surprised in quotes the market and really, uh did a major step this year. So for me, that would be I Create.
Word. You said I took a major step this year.
Yeah.
All right. Um, I create. What's the major step that you said that they took this year?
Mm-hmm.
So the company kind of redefined itself, really big up Tyrone, right? And one of the things about I Creating is that it started off 2022 around 80 cents, I believe,
Mm-hmm.
and went all the way up to about 462, I think was the 52-week high.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
anybody who had bought into that stock and, sold sometime after would have been smiling on the way to the bank.
Well, depending on when they bought,
Wait, when you
right?
buy it?
Yeah, if they had bought early, right? I stated the early price.
What's early? Also, once they had bought when?
I mean, from like January up to around, when was that jump? Around April 8th? Yeah.
When when Tyrone started talking about his what we know what I call the pivot
Mm-hmm.
and funding it and rights issues and so on and the buying of what was the first thing you remember him saying that they're buying?
Uh, was it the whole get paid thing? I think the get paid group.
Why it seems like nobody knows what's going on with that. Everybody says it like, we know what going on with that thing there, but we know the name of it. In real
Yeah,
life.
it feels that way for real.
So the get paid
You're the
group,
one
I
you
do
just said
remember
it.
that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know it was
But
a
yeah,
thing, but I don't know the details.
mm-hmm.
Did you
That
buy?
seems to be
If I bought Accurate,
Yeah.
yeah, it was my best stock for the year.
Word.
nice.
Congrats. What kind of gain you make off it?
Boy, you
Percentage
and Phil.
wise, you'd have tell people your
13.
business.
And I actually bought and sold it several times, but for the first jump, it was around 147%.
147%. All right.
Yeah,
Nice.
All right. All right. Congrats. It sounds like a good year.
yeah, man, good year.
Sounding very non-fundamental to me. Damn. 147 a year. All right. Do you have any runners up for underdog of the year?
Um, mm, what was the founder dog of the year? Nobody else can really come to mind. I feel like there was another company that I had in my head for this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
Mm,
you work with what you work with. What you have as the
mm.
retail investor stock of the year?
It has to be one stock. Immediately jumps out. Fesco.
Tesco.
Cha-cha. Not even that.
Tesco.
No man, not even that. I think Fesco was the most traded stock for last year.
It could be. That's something I can check, but tell me about why you like Fesco. Why you say Fesco?
Like Fesco was just, I feel like Fesco was one of those peak events in the market where, yeah, Randy also described it to us. There was this thing everybody understood. You go, you buy gas. If you're going to buy gas at Fesco, then of course, I can be a Fesco share. I can benefit from that directly. So it was something easy for the market to understand. Something that a lot of people jumped in, and then the event happened.
The event. What was the event?
You know, the invasion, Putin and thing, and once that, the stock fly.
Yeah.
One stop what?
So
You know what I'm
one.
saying?
I
Go
remember
on.
us joking about. I don't remember who it was. So somebody calling. I was saying that they check them father and him father, him
Oh
father. You remember that,
yeah.
Danhai?
Remember that, man.
Yeah,
Remember.
man. It was thing
Him
that
father said buy
leg.
Fesco.
Ah,
Big up Leng.
Ling? Oh,
Yeah, man.
Leng said that him father tell him say yo, Putin, not that Fesco's gonna fly, but that Putin was going
I'm
to
gonna
invade, I
invade.
think, or
Yeah.
something along them lines.
Yep. That.
Yeah. So he should think about, um,
Any investments
petroleum,
there?
energy investments, exactly, which
Mm-hmm.
on the local market, it's not the first. How do I say now? Energy investments,
It's
what would
the one
Fesco be
most
on the
actually
market?
tied to thing that anyone against the other thing. It's more translatable that way as oh yo we're actually in this
I said
versus like a
it's the fourth.
PTL. It's petroleum products or whatever. The
Okay,
gas station. It translate. It's the kind of thing that people understand easily as that.
that's true. Because if you go along the lines of energy, then it's not even the fourth. It would maybe
Mm-hmm.
be the sixth energy stock, technically. If you start with JPS, which the preference shares have been on the market forever,
Mm-hmm.
and behind that you'd have what? You'd have the solar company.
Yep. Wicton.
We, well, I wasn't thinking of Wicton yet. So definitely
Oh,
yes, you'd have
solar
Wicton. I mean the
company.
other one, MPC.
Yes. MPC.
Yeah,
He
and then
says
of
solar
course,
company after Wicton.
yeah, then you have Wicton, the green company, wind
Mm-hmm.
and they say solar, and I'm sure other things, um, vehicles in a few. Uh, and then of course you have like Tropical and
Tropical CAC.
PTL also.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because if depending on who you ask, you might not hear that we have any energy stocks or energy sector on the market, but we obviously do, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. All right. So Jason gave it to Fisco. Um, this is interesting to me now, Jason, because if you give I Create the underdog of the year, who do you give your pivot award?
Uh-huh.
so I feel like some companies are gonna scoop up more than one award. So pivot to me would be accurate.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
multiple winner,
Yeah.
It's a
Beyonce.
strong hour. You zoom going everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. All right. So you're giving I Create the pivot of the year. Uh, but again, no runners up. No runners up for
Pivot.
pivots.
Pivot. Runners up. Who else? Who else? Who else? The funny thing is now, I feel like I had more companies in my head, but there's some that have a stronger presence when certain words come to them.
Yeah, well, you're winning to who you give it to. Who would you
Indeed.
give pivot of the year to, Danai?
I'll say MFS.
MFS.
Yeah.
I could see that.
All the company pivot, bro.
No, would that really be a pivot though?
That's a good. That's what I was about to say. Why would you say it wouldn't be a pivot?
I did not be a pivot.
I mean, like a
Am I
takeover
same
to
company?
me.
Different name.
Well, yeah, but a takeover is a little different than you, same company, technically same management, and you're saying you're gonna redefine what
Exactly.
we
It's a
do.
hell of a pivot.
Not necessarily,
I'd
bro.
argue against
Because
the pivot for
in
MFS.
fact, yeah, in fact, the company themselves, the new owners have stated that the company's focus and main business will not change and has not changed, which is still it's still pretty much a PE company,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a private
Mm-hmm.
equity company. So I personally wouldn't call them necessarily a pivot yet. I think the pivot thing, they brought on one new line of business. We saw with their last set of results.
Receivables financing.
Yeah. And they
I was
hinted,
also talking about stock price.
oh, you're just
And
talking
and
pivot in
and those
terms
and
of the
those
stock
people looking
price.
at them generally. It's the whatever them that direction. I would say they also fit a really underdog. The only reason the negative sentiment behind both them and I create, though I think I create will get more of a fight. So I would say
Mhm.
I create. I'll give I create underdog more.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
It still never get an active fight. It was John Narigo and so I never don't really care.
Yeah, but we're not talking underdog. We're talking pivot.
I know, man. I was just
Okay.
jumping back to just say something I never said then. But yeah,
Okay,
pivot.
okay.
I would actually give iCrate as well.
Okay. All right. Jason, undervalued award.
Undervalued. There's a certain company with a minuscule PE that yes, Mayberry Investments Limited.
MIL. That's who you give the undervalued award. Okay.
PE of 2.9.
Yeah, I don't know if I right now, but well, let's see.
MJE
Yeah.
have less.
Less?
276.
Word.
276. I'm sticking with Mayberry for my answer. Well, Mill for my answer because they're both Mayberry.
All right. So Mayberry Investments. You said with the ultra low PE. Current PE of 2.9 times. And what you said that the MJE was that
276.
76.
SRF of thing there. 256. KLE have 212. So on to the ones with less. Why wouldn't put them above it on this?
So, admittedly, there's a little bias, right? Mayberry to me, Mill, I feel is gonna do some really great things this year.
Okay.
I'll say it's not just value from a perspective of or what is the number, or the number is saying. So you actually think of the company and believe we're going for them. And the price does not make sense for what you think happened. What you think is going on for it, basically.
Well, yeah, exactly what you just said.
Gotcha.
All right. So you like Mayberry for what they've done and what they're doing. You had any runners up for the undervalued?
I think Cygnus was mentioned. Was it Danhai mentioned Cygnus?
For thing there. Best fundamentals.
Oh, best fundamentals.
Which one of the signals? Which one of the signals is?
SR, what's SRF's current PE? Let me check real quick.
SRF's current PE is 2.56 times.
256.
2.56.
You know, sometimes I forget this company is listed.
Same.
So that you get them your forgotten company award, your forgotten stock award.
I'll stick with Mill for my nomination.
All right. You had next the Patience Award. Jeez, you wept.
All this work.
You know, the people them will feel like, you know, them are waiting at the stock for a long time. You know, I wait and you just, you know, you just upset after a while, you know. I feel like several companies kind of come to mind because one of them would be MFS. One would be JamT. The other one would be.
You're waiting. Oh, you're still awake? All right. The waiting don't happen now. Okay, so it's still awake. All right. MFS, JamT.
Because the whole JamT thing still hasn't happened yet.
So what MFS?
MFS, you know.
Wait, sorry.
Go through.
No. I was actually confused. You're giving the nominees, or are you telling who win?
No, man. These are my nominees.
Yeah, man. Him say a good amount him out.
And your nominees are MFS.
JamT, MFS.
JamT, MFS. All right.
GK.
JamT, MFS, GK. All right.
Yeah.
Who else?
I think that's all. Those are the ones come to mind at the moment.
All right. And the winner for you is?
To me, I think most of the market just well vexed with JamT at this point. And like someone has, I feel like it's a Phineas and Ferb type of summer, you know, just never ending.
It's a force of the one here. See,
Oh no!
Oh my God!
You know this one kind of personal too.
Yeah, it's on personal.
You can tell.
It's on. Yes, I think over there I don't know.
You sound properly hurt, Jason. You sound properly hurt.
Oh boy.
Why you hurt? Why are you hurt?
I think Owen from From last year, we did it there. At some point before the year done last year, we just get vexed and we just sell.
Mm. You regret
I'm
that?
just no, I never regret that because I don't know.
You see the notice to come out today. You see the thing that board appointment for the new company that get IPO next year. This year, sorry.
Well, as you know, now, as we've been talking, I'll be a wagonist to the market. So if them actually do this thing, don't market.
I said, no watch no face. I'm going to see at the club.
Come on, I mean that's a huge impact of, you know.
But
Don't know now it's deep now, you know.
did you actually see the notice from today though?
I actually didn't see the notice.
So they
you
announced,
him.
they announced they announced the board of CDFL. So chaired by John Mahfood, Deputy Chairman Dr. King, the director Diana Blake Bennett, who would be the managing director, non-executive director Peter John Thwaites, and a non-executive director of Lisa Lewis. I think that might be Lisa Soares. It was Lisa Lewis. And JAMT's board has been expanded to include Kerry-Ann McCoy Tullo and Dr. Nadia Figueroa, both of them being non-executive.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'll read that notice soon.
How that notice make you feel? How that notice make you feel now? Yeah, effective January 1. You know this the CDFL board.
For me, I'm gonna need because how much patience and waiting that man cause. I'm gonna need a little more from them.
Like what?
A little more like what?
Like details regarding how the company will be spun off.
Okay. Well, what do I say to that? I mean, do your research. I think do your research. Maybe they'll start in the Rihanna summer. Maybe summer will be there. But I think there are a lot of signs out there, a lot that you can work from, to make an assumption, to form a view, if you will.
What's the thing that you'd want them to say?
All right.
If you feel like saying it.
Yeah, that's it. To me, I don't want them to say, hey, if you want to benefit from the spin-off, say, get a couple shares in it, ensure that you're a JAMT shareholder by X date. And depending on the amount of shares that JAMT you own would be correlated to the amount of shares that CDFL you own.
Okay. And when they say that, then you would rush and buy back JAMT shares, right?
Definitely.
But not no.
Not no.
Why?
I feel like, well, I can't really reason with your emotions. That's true. I'm gonna take advice and go do some research.
I did not give you any advice. Okay, hold on. Thank you for the reminder. This is Brick Talk, and just like every single Brick Talk that you've heard before in every earnings season, and every Brick Talk you'll hear for the rest of this year, I am not a licensed investment advisor. Danhai is, but while we're talking on this, we are not dispensing investment advice at all. Please don't mistake anything we say for any instructions to buy or sell or hold any security. All right, do that with the actual advice of a licensed advisor who has done an advisory session. I recommend Danhai. You can link him at dhalladvisory.com.
I recommend him as well. Best he can ever get. Trust.
Yeah. And I'm doing Danhai's ad for him. He just opened up his February slots.
Indeed.
Right?
Actually, I know I put up for the public. I put up now.
I'm so sorry. Please.
No, actually, it's supposed to open. So you're right. No, it's open.
Okay. Well, I know the people who
I say it's open and so we're running to go fix it. Wait,
exactly.
dhalladvisory.com. You can get it there.
Yeah, and of course, if you want to learn how to do it, if you want to learn my method, if you want to learn how I set the market, if you want to learn about investing in a practical way, evermickle.com/GRWR grower. Right, that's my investment course for beginners or for people who just want to refresh themselves or learn the market, even though you know a thing already. You might be surprised at how much you can learn from that. It's been working out and it'll continue to work out. The knowledge is out there. But yeah. Having said that, sir, we never told you what to buy or sell, but it was just a thought. You said that you're frustrated and you're waiting for the notice from Jamty to say whether or not they're going to do any sort of benefit for Jamty shareholders in the CDFL IPO. And my thinking is, as usual, I mean, you know how it goes. There's a curve and then there's being ahead of the curve. If you're going to wait for the notice that everybody else is going to get before you move, then you're going to move with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how I see it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Solid points.
Yeah. But nonetheless, I like it. All right. Let me pause your points and give I'll give one of my early ones. One of my
Actually, before that, I want to answer thing there. What's your patient? Oh, you give your patients award. Who do you give the patients award?
patience award.
Somebody came to my house, can't remember. I drop it, pick up. So
That's a good. I want to think about. I don't want to skip it. I do want to think about it. I just.
all right. I mean, can always come back. That's fine.
No, I know how I say. I know how we say on the show. We are going to
Oh, you
forget
are right.
it.
You are right. You are right.
Patience award. All right. What's the criteria?
Jason.
The criteria was well, like my Jamty example, you're waiting to start, you're waiting for something to happen, and the thing technically hasn't happened yet.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, okay. Um, that's kind of negative-ish. Not that's
Yeah.
bad. That's bad.
I thought it was going to be something good and then it turned into this. I thought it was going to be you're patient and it pay off. No, it's and then finally, I'm gonna wait how long and this thing finally happened. Nope, my boy say, yo, I've been waiting and I don't know.
Um,
I think
It's
I'll
not
give.
forgiving at all.
Yeah, I think I'll give my patience award to. I'll give my patience award to. I'm going to say main event.
Hmm.
Main event, yeah. I mean, they waited out the pandemic, right?
Mhm.
They waited out the pandemic heavily.
Yes, that's what I mean. Mhm.
Yeah, man. And if you were anywhere near my sort of thinking when if you're anywhere near my sort of thinking when main event, well, not when main event, but when everything freed up last year,
Mhm.
you think, okay, main event now has like it's running, it get the license to run, right?
Mhm.
And you kind of got some movement in March, but then
Mhm.
nothing really, and it ended the year not bad. It ended the year at
Great.
number 8 out of all the stocks, up 99.8%. But somebody might have lost patience if they've jumped out of it anytime during
This
the
week?
years of the pandemic.
Or even this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see. I guess you might give it things.
Yeah.
But yeah, yes. In the pandemic days, that's like remember CPJ too. But I think many bit more relevant because of movements this year. I think so. Yeah, I agree with there.
Yeah.
So as good as it is, we still await on certain things.
Yeah. I
And that
mean,
is interesting that you turn that into a good award.
well, yeah, because I think what I want to point out with it, at least how I would see it, is to
Mm-hmm.
remind people. I hate that I always have to want to remind people, but we get a
You
whole
can't
heap
no
of
joke, boy, you know? Sometimes.
yeah, we get a whole heap of stress about short term. Oh, we know better. We're not short term or long term, where whatever the investment timeline is. But it's good to remind people sometimes that, especially now, that it's not always the thing that is hypest and most spoken about in the moment that is the best, right? And
Uh-huh.
sometimes the best gains can be found, or sometimes some great gains can be found by hearing what's happening out there, but sticking with your pick, assuming that your pick is done for the right reasons and is
Mm-hmm.
still everything about your plan is still on track, right?
Mm-hmm.
You don't always have to jump because everybody else jumps. So a lot of jumping, I'm sure, happened this year. But can you imagine somebody who bought main event in can you imagine maybe somebody who bought main event in I want to get a realistic. date. Maybe anywhere in January when CPJ was hot, when
Mm-hmm.
going into February and Fisk could have gotten hot in
Mm-hmm.
March when you had the IPOs again, when you have Learn and JFP.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine sitting in CPJ in the middle of that. Imagine sitting it after you buy it for $4, $3.99 early in the year, sitting
Mm-hmm.
through dollar, sitting through all of the movements, sitting through one-on-one, and if everybody is hype and happy, and maybe, I mean, think of like maybe somebody who bought JFP at the start of the year, right? Somebody who bought JFP at the start of the year ended the year lower than somebody who bought main event at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, JFP at the end of the year up 72%. Main event, you'd have ended the year up, assuming you bought it at the start of the year, you'd have ended the year up 99.8%, almost
Mm-hmm.
100% profit. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I like main event just off the top of my head for Patience Award. I don't know, which one would
Mm-hmm.
you give?
A good amount of come. I think I'll take one of them he gave me. CPJ. I mean like the growth plans they had and all that and the planned fundraising that just never happened this year. That never happened last year. I think
Ooh,
people are still waiting. And yeah, we just haven't heard much from them for a good while around any of that. So
so
I'll
then
give
I give
CPJ that one.
then I give CPJ the Waiting in Vain Award.
I don't want.
Oh boy, I mean, yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
And
I
then
can see.
I like it because then I throw it and the thing there. That's a good expectations are good things, and it's a company that in some relative short term has given a good amount of gains. So imagine the
Hmm.
way through the whole pandemic with CPJ. Yeah, it went up, how high it went up, but then if you're coming from where you're coming from, then it look kind of good, look great actually. Yeah. So, but still a wait. And boy, there's a funny part. The thing is that thing there. Are you hearing me, Randy? Jason?
I can hear you, then I'm not hearing Randy.
Yeah, something around the audio. It's doing more than this audio. Hold on.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not sure what's happening, but you were saying something. I could hear you fine.
Oh, all right. Yeah. I was saying the thing about that award is I think you can have a good amount of content for that award every single year. I think it's a part of the market that a lot of people just not really prepared for it. Or yeah, cool, we can know this thing and we can have a thing that but sometimes things just don't happen along the timelines given or expected or things like that. Every single year there's this is the second year of Jam T doing that. Because last year Jam T had the same waiting on this next thing and it never happened. This year, as much as you plan, sometimes you have to be. I think the thing you just mentioned, you're saying something to Jason just now. I think it tied well into that. Just all right, cool. But you sure about that? How sure are you of that thing happening that you're tying your money to? Yeah. So, and then you could assure, but suppose John Mafood not sure about it yet because of the technically thing not sign off. Oh no. Yeah. All right, he signed off now, by the way. So before somebody come and say anything there. So that's why we're talking about Jam T again as something. Okay, will you wait on it? Because yeah, but last year, going into this year, looking all across for a good amount of that. 2022 and 2021, you're looking for 2 years that is one thing happening that does never happen, and the timeline was being given over and over and over, people waiting. So yeah, it's a big part of the market. Every year, you can give, boy, this thing supposed to happen, this thing going to happen, this thing expected to happen. A good amount of people expect it, and then, oops, nothing. Carib cement and
Mm.
then dividend. Wait in vain
Mm.
last year, and then this year the wait looks like something different.
Which award would you give Carib Cement, Danhai?
I was going to think that I was actually saving it for your, and I still have a good amount of content
Okay,
after
well,
that.
no,
But
well, yeah, no rush,
no, not
no rush.
yours. You as in you're saying you give one of your thing. This I have a category that I think would carry cement. I like carry cement for.
Okay. I was going to just maybe talk about the hungriest broker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as one of my topics.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know the 15 brokers,
Mm-hmm.
and and which one of them hungry? 2022, I have to say that I think we hinted at it before. I think we actually may have said it on Brick Talk before, but definitely I think GK
GK.
wins that. Yeah, man, GK wins that. With maybe VM as a close runner.
VM hot on them heels. I would say in terms of the market, putting more things on the market and thing there. But VM seem to be in everything and in every plan around. So yeah, I make sure they're the thing. What I call it, like that's funny. They're the what I call it now, a listing agent for anything. Not listing agent. That's not a word.
Selling
The
agent.
a selling agent on a good amount of the IPOs. They
Mm-hmm.
see to pulling a good amount of companies that they want the IPO. They've said it for more than 1 year now. How much is a big part of what they're planning. So yeah, them hungry. GK though, them hungry. They put the food on the table and we all ate. It was a year for them. A good amount of stuff. A good amount of most of the they work at the most IPOs this year, right? Yeah.
That's a good question. Did they do the most IPOs this year? Let's see. I have a watch list with all
Yeah,
the
I think they
IPOs.
did.
So GK did Spurtree, JFP,
RPL.
RPL. Yeah,
Yeah,
3 from 1 house. Yeah.
indeed.
Shout out to the food guys.
But then look on this list. It's 3 from 1 house, 2 from 1 house, then 1 from 1 house. And then between all these, VM and all of them, Mayberry and the ones for VM as the selling agent. I carry more for Spurtree, JFP, and RPL, who are selling agents there.
Mm.
But it's the same people. It's the same two people we just talk about and Mayberry, and there's nobody here in the market that can leave out Mayberry on the hungry list. Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes I feel like I'm alone. So
I would not have
Look,
thought
you
of.
know, I was like a year can happen and we're giving it somebody that's not there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have. I would. You asked me a year ago, I wouldn't have said GK.
Yeah, at all.
I wouldn't have thought GK.
It would make you'll be very. I think you'll be very confused thinking, GK, GK this company. And no, we have this. And GK has this company, and you still hear that.
Yo, credit to them. I don't have this award as on my team, so I give them the scrappiest award. You know why? GK
What,
don't have a tech system. GK still
bro?
do IPOs by paper. GK is the last broker to do a rights issue in the market. You remember rights issues, the thing that
Yes,
everybody
sir.
trying to kill. The GK is the company that has done maybe the not just last year, but the broker side. GK the group has done like acquisitions that are exciting to retail investors, and you see it reflected in their proposal. I'm not talking about like the Scotia investment stuff, which is not that that's not exciting. That's actually a great move for the company, and it look good, yada yada yada. But coming from the retail perspective, if it don't hit the share price, I don't care. What they did with Key, you could earn off that as a retail investor. Um, yeah, yeah, boy. I'm excited to see what can happen this year. I hope somebody at the end, I hope this time next year I'm saying, oh, somebody else is so wonderful and I did not
JMB
expect
come back.
them. You think JMB can come back?
I mean, not I'm talking about listing
Yeah.
company.
That's what I mean.
I think they can. They just need to.
How
Simple.
likely do you think it is that next year this time we're talking about?
I don't think it's very likely. No.
But last year this time I wouldn't have said GK. You would
Me
have said
neither.
GK
But
either.
that's what I like it. Who think work? As I say, I don't expect them to, but they just need to say to steal that term. Winners win. Yeah, cool. You're doing all the things. You're not doing the things right now, but if you win the race, you win the race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So both wasn't both until it was both.
That's right. Big up both.
Every
He's
time.
not regular. He's not regular people though, but
They will not tell you.
he's not. I mean, he don't have to. Anyway, um, back to you, Jason. You play up here. And by the way, guys, it's not just Jason. Anybody who wants to come on, and you don't have to have a long list like Jason, although I like Jason's list. Anybody who wants to come on and give us a category and some winners or some runners up and
Randy, you're quiet. Your audio gone again, bro. It's saying my audio is going continuously. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you, Danhai.
We're not hearing Randy.
No, not hearing Randy.
All right. And are you seeing my audio cue beside my name just going on and on?
Yeah.
Are you hearing anything from me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
No, as in when I'm not talking, can you hear anything in my background or something?
Oh, no, I don't hear anything in the background.
All right. That's odd. So I'm going on this space. Give us a moment to talk on the audio right now.
Sorry about that, guys. Dana, you heard me again?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was saying, crappiest platform of the year award goes to Twitter Spaces. That's not true. I like Twitter Spaces. I just wish it would work. But yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, everybody. Go back to your list though, Jason. Let me hear what you have as the play of the year.
Play of the year. Yeah, so I give it to Dr. Bill.
Dr. Bill.
Yeah.
Who is Dr. Bill? Oh, Dr. Phil.
Dr. Bill.
Is that
Dr. Bill. Yeah.
That's a feel on his bill play, his barita play.
Oh wow.
So not his accurate play.
Well, the thing is, in my head when I was writing play of the year, I was like, somebody who came on, gave details, well, some details, and laid out what they think is gonna happen, right, with their particular play. And yeah, definitely Dr. Bill.
All right.
All right. Well, big up Dr. Bill himself. As you've seen, a emoji. Dr. Bill, if you can come on and let us hear your awards and collect your award from Jason. Dr. Bill himself. Wow. All right. What did you like? What was the play? Just lay it out for everybody, Jason.
What was the barista play?
Oh gosh.
So a couple brick council, right? The brick cutter himself came on and said he's gonna purchase burrito because he noticed that it ends the 30th, last day of September, higher each year. Right? That was, I think, the basis of the play really. Right, and so said, so done.
Word. You're one of the people who did you make money from that too? You joined him on that play?
No, I actually didn't jump in on that play.
See on the sideline.
I was one of those outside shareholders.
I said that company is another nominee for the still await,
Oh God.
The guys that said that.
I would give them the so for context, you say you're outside shareholder. I call it the fastiest. I would call it the fastiest retail investor diss of 2022.
Brother.
Even more. I don't know if it's worse to me than non-fundamental, but it's close. It might be. If it's not, it's close.
You think it in a bit, you're not even a 2% shareholder.
Somebody said that?
Remember that one when APOs were popular? And somebody say, yo, why you guys arguing against APOs? You're not even a 2% shareholder, so it doesn't matter if you're diluted. Remember that one? No, that did bad,
I don't remember that one. That was said by a host? That was said by
it was said by somebody at the house. No, it wasn't. That was no agent. That was something on Twitter.
That was something on, really?
A discussion. It was in the mix of the APO defense and attack and defense. Those defending and those attacking.
I don't remember that. That's crazy. I
I
don't
guess.
remember that.
All
Yeah,
right.
that
See if you
that
can
would
refresh your
that,
memory.
that would be a strong. Don't refresh my memory, please. That that would be a strong contender for me also. What I would, but the face test for me, I'm gonna stick with my answer. It being the outside shareholders.
And so we're gonna bring in some. We're thinking to we might bring in some outside shareholders.
Some
Yo,
outside
buddy,
shareholders. Yeah, I always say, yo, go home and tell your wife that you want to bring in some outside woman and see what her reaction is. Oh, baby, I couldn't pay the bills this month. I had to spend some money on my outside woman.
buddy. So the kids gonna go to school. The outside kids, they need it more this month.
My God.
Bad man. Outside, outside shareholder.
Wow. Wow. So that's my face test of the year. Then I have one before we go to
Face this. That was me giving mine. You know what?
no man, not the faces. Sorry, as in you have a topic
I'm
for
player
your
there. Player
yeah,
there.
player of the year
Um,
or one of your own. I mean one of your own, but let's hear player of the
one of
year.
the own now. So one of my own. I feel I see my players are boring to be honest. One of why I like this one. It was one I gave away a lot. And before I get the star, people boxing me down, telling me say, "Yo, oh, you know what? Give me that play there too." It wasn't one I could give away much. It's pretty. If you're looking for it, you have to know certain things and how things work. And it wasn't that. It was a. I like trade. It wasn't a bag of people could have walk onto this one and get a good amount of money. Yeah, that kind of thing. But yeah, SOS. It was pretty quiet for me, and I like that about it. I'm gonna tell you
SOS.
what I did with it and where I did with it and whatever open portfolio. Then what I actually wanted to give my player here too was big up Shimenka
Shinkia.
and Yared. Shimenka and Yared.
Yeah.
And their joint plays are very interesting.
Yeah, well, I don't know if on Yared side he knows it's giant, but big up
I know,
Shimenkia.
I know.
Oh my God, big up Shimenkia complete, man.
No,
But yeah, tell me about the place.
SOS was pretty quiet. I got in quietly at $11 and I was selling at 15 between 15 and 20 in a relatively short period of time.
Mm,
Relatively. I bought on around 11 in May.
in
Why
May.
this? Why this not coming up? Hold on, refreshing.
You bought it at around $11 in May.
May. Again, the
And
trader. I know I have the full trader energy.
mm, okay, yeah, late May it was around that level.
Yes, sir.
And also early May. Mm. And
August.
sold when? August.
August.
Okay. What kind of gain you pull off? You pull from that?
It's pretty rad. 11, 20. 20.
22. Oh wow, it's almost 100%.
It wasn't everything at 20, by the way. it was a nice chunk at 20. I was buying back the lower one at 15, I think. So it was the thing that what the first move, the first play. So a good part of it was okay, I want this money to go there. So to there, so it was buy at 11, sell at 20. And then I was
Hmm.
buying again at a certain point, 15 in between, before and after that point. But there's a certain money and certain things that they want to pay for with that. So yeah,
Mm.
it was a good chunk. I said it last break talk. So I paid for two, I paid two school fees last year
Wait,
with the market.
word. Big
Indeed.
up that. Big up that. Play of the year. Now I forgot to think of something that I
Oh
have done
yeah,
and
why it's not boring to me is because the intention behind it. Meaning the thing I'm doing with it. It's not the most money making or the most. You get me? It wasn't that for me, but it did, 'cause the ties to it.
yeah, I like that. I like that. Play of the year. I want to check my records, but you guys can also see my
It's
screen
either
there.
that or give the thing there. Big up Gail Leon and her charity. That also that also a stronger note for thing there.
Ja
And the fact it was a whole group.
Jano Danai.
Who's that? Oh, that sound like Yared
That
himself.
sound like Yari. Come
Part of the joint,
big up
the joint crew.
Shaminka, man.
No, but it's funny because I requested because I wanted to share my 2 picks for player of the year, which was
And then both of them were with her, right?
no,
She might be a good luck charm, bro.
well, no. Then you said both of them. I was gonna say that one, the charity play that the group did was, I think, the player of the year, and
For
then
me too, yeah.
I was gonna mention the play that Shiminki and I did on 138.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Was it consensual on your part? I mean, you wanted to do the
No,
play with her, or you just found out that she's doing it better than you?
no. I found out after that she did it better than me.
Ah, boy, big
But
up
well, yeah, I
Shamik.
mean, yeah. But the thing is, after we spoke about it, she let me know that if I didn't make my play the day before she did, that she probably wouldn't have gotten her pre-open the next day.
So the market work.
Right?
It's
So,
very interesting how the market works with those things. And
yeah.
all the ifs play out well.
Yeah. So for the benefit of everybody listening, my and I'm also very flattered, Danai, by the way, like somebody that I look up to so much, like is picked one of my plays for player of the
Yo,
year.
if you do the things, you do the things in MG. Yo,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean, for more context, you guys forced me to learn the pre-open.
oh yes, that's
Yeah.
that's also been pretty interesting for me. I see Randy actually caring more about knowing the pre-open more like that in that way, and then I think he's always care, but in terms of from a practical and can he make plays from it? He does. I think I never actually never like your stance before, but the pitching in now is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, one, I'm competitive, and two, I'm competitive.
And
Yeah,
it's gains, bro. Yeah.
not just that. I have to stick to my own rules too, right?
Mm.
I say that, yo, you don't need. I'll talk a little bit about our private business publicly. You don't really need the pre-open to make money on the market. You don't need to be in front of it and know it. But it's one thing to say it. I always say, yo, you can't. Anybody can say anything. You have to prove your points, right?
Mhm.
So I couldn't be saying, yo, you don't need to do it, but you don't actually know it as well as you need to. For me to rubbish it, I have to know it fully.
Mhm.
So, I mean, yeah, kudos to you, kudos to Shimenkia, kudos to everybody who is questioning. And then also, because I do it, I've done it now at 2 advanced scores, touch on it lightly once, more at another one. I have to know it to teach it. So, yeah, big up you guys for forcing me to learn it. And I'm happy,
Yeah, man.
I'm very, very happy that I've learned it now.
Iron,
And
iron sharpen iron, you know.
that's
But yeah, so I wanted
100%
to
true.
kind of go into the detail of it a little bit. Well, at least my side of the play,
Yeah,
which
man.
was on 138 student living. On November 7, they had halted down by a significant margin.
Yeah. Mhm.
Sorry,
No, you good. Yeah,
138 student living is what you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm wait. Which which one of the plays were you talking about, Nanai? I was talking about the 138 student living play.
No, go ahead, go ahead. Tell us your
Oh,
play. I just wanted
yeah.
to be
So,
sure what I want people to see on the
Mhm.
screen.
oh yeah, man. So on November 7, they had halted down by like a lot, and then I had logged on to. I had slept in that day actually, so I had logged on to the market late, and I think I had logged on right before they unhalted at 10:30, and
Mm.
then when I looked at
You're the man precise, man. So this is a play specifically starting November 7th.
it, it ended on November 7 too.
Okay, okay, so it's a 1 day play.
Yeah, it was a 1 day play, and this
All
was
right.
the play I was making for the greater charity, the charity play that
Yeah.
we were doing. So so when I looked at 138Q,
Mm-hmm.
the order that had halted it down at 405 at $4.05,
Mm-hmm.
that order was still in the buy queue. I mean in the sell queue because I guess it didn't get fully filled.
Okay.
And then also the whole buy queue was wiped out.
Yeah, there was a big order at It halted at
$4.05.
10:02. Yeah, so there's a big order at 10:02
Right.
a.m.
So 11 o'clock. I guess then I did log on and see that, and then so the fact that the whole buy queue was wiped out
Mm-hmm.
and the price. So there was one order left in the buy queue,
Mm-hmm.
and the price it was at. I don't remember what the price was. I think it was like I don't want to say, but I can't remember. But the price that the last order in the queue in the buy queue was at was
Mm-hmm.
below the tradable range for the day. So what that said to me was if that it can't go any lower for the day because anything that was in the queue at that time would have been below the tradable limit. So if anybody wanted to sell down into the queue, they couldn't. And I saw that there was still some units left from the sell order at $4.05. Then I also did a quick look on My Money JA at what 138 usually trades at and the volumes and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a bit nervous going into it because I saw that they only trade any kind of decent volumes very infrequently. So one of the risks was that I would buy more volume than I would be able to exit.
Mm-hmm.
So I do notice that usually when a stock halts down, it usually bounces back up slightly. So because of the small amount of units that were available in the
Mm-hmm.
queue on the sell side, there were large gaps between the prices. So I knew that if anybody were to buy up the queue, that the price would go up very quickly. So based on what we were targeting for the charity play, which was 5%,
Very
I
quickly though, 5% in what time?
in it was 2 weeks.
Yeah,
It was 5% in 2 weeks, and I think maybe like a week had gone.
yeah, 5% after profit because it's we
Yeah,
have to donate the money. So yeah.
right. So yeah, so I looked at all of that in a very short space of time, and there wasn't any space for me to go in the group and ask somebody and kind of outline the play to get any feedback. So I just looked at it and I said and I said F it, you know what I mean? So I bought up the rest of the units that were there at $4.05, and
Mm-hmm.
because I already knew what the goal percentage was, having the goal percentage in mind makes it very easy.
Extremely
So
easy.
so I already knew what the percentage was that I was gonna sell at. So when I calculated $4.05 after fees, that ended up being $4.09. Yeah, that ended up being $4.09 after fees. And then so I put my sell order in the queue at $4.37, the
Okay.
same time that I bought it. And then I just waited, and in 45 minutes, or yeah, like 40 in 45 minutes to an hour,
The
my
end of the
order was
day.
filled.
Yeah. Closer to the end of the trading day. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Well,
And actually, so on that day my order was like the last order to trade, and it was filled completely, and then that was it, and the day was done. And then so because my order was the last order to be filled, it
Oh gosh.
affect it affected the effect it
it
uh
created. It helped. It well.
yeah, it moved the effective closing price, and then
No, hold on. Let's be accurate. Did you get your order filled completely?
yes,
Then it wouldn't have.
it
It
wouldn't
wouldn't
have
have.
it wouldn't have affected it because it's the closing bid.
Well, it would have affected the VWAP, to be clear, which in some way, but I mean, I think the volume that would have traded before. No, well, who knows? Okay, you affected the VWAP that day, and that influences based on how the queue looks at the end. Well, not the queue. Yeah, the queue looks at the end. That influences what the next day look like, because that's how Shilinkia comes in. I think that's what you're setting up, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
at the time when she and I spoke about it, I don't like I still didn't fully exactly understand how she got it that my order going through helped her order to go through the next morning. But at the time, I had deferred to her because she no she know the thing to a certain level. So so
Small striker have a defer to big striker.
I swear, yeah. So I did get 6% in the 45 minutes. She did get
Mm-hmm.
mostly like 10-12% the next morning
Yep.
because it traded upwards again the next day. But
Correct. It
the
did.
reason I didn't wait any longer was because again the goal for the charity play was 5%. So I got 6%, took it, and I was able to donate more than we were planning to, and also keep some profit for myself.
Lovely, lovely, and big up the children's home that we did the donation to. The name is slipping me, but big up that children's home and Galeon who actually offered
Mhm.
asked us to well she asked me to donate and I said let me share it with the group and yeah it became something great. So you learn and you earn and it worked out great and I am properly proud hearing you talk about this yard because I remember you coming on Brick Talks maybe last year this time
Yeah.
and I don't you were not anywhere near this level you're talking about calculating the daily max and ensuring that your order is in the gap. Ray. You've been doing this now for how long?
So I started actively investing, I guess, around the Barita APO of
Okay.
the end of 2019. Not the last one, not the last APO, the one before that.
Okay.
So that was my first trade, I would say. I did my first grower mostly like the May of 2020. I did my beginner grower, and then I think I did advanced grower maybe April of this year, and then I got the grad subscription in July.
Boy, I mean, thank you. I get people, I don't pay him to say this. It's not an ad, but I listen to him talk and I'm properly proud. And I know it sounds, I'm just proud. So thank you. I want to say that you might be maybe the most improved, I give you the most improved investor of the year. Maybe.
Oh,
Ah,
oh,
Maybe.
you're gonna make me cry, guys.
Thank you. And if I take it back later because I remember somebody else, don't feel bad, all
Yeah.
right?
Oh, actually, hold on. No, next candidate for play of the year to me
hmm
is Stuart's charity play.
How did that go?
I don't. He would have to give the details, but I would call it the play of the year just because of the short time. Because him did say mostly like him did funding, him did call him broker and funding maybe like at 12 o'clock. Then the funding was done by 12:30, and he was able to place his trade by like right before trading ended.
Word. Um, I mean, if
I
you
don't.
talk about it, we can hear that. I personally want to call it play of the year because it's not the time period that makes a play good, in my view.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
for me, like why I'm impressed by your play is that it's not an accidental thing. You hear how you went into it, you hear how you structured it before you went in, even where you're in, you weren't sure that it would work, but you have certain boundaries around it that you know, okay, this is the max it can go for the day. You put your order at the max for the day, so you're sure that if it works, it can only work this much, and the situation is there where it is most likely to work. That for me is yeah, it is that for me makes it the play of the year for me. So big, I mean, thanks and
Yeah,
big up to you.
correct. It was definitely very intentional because, like I say, I bought it knowing that it probably couldn't go down as significantly longer to get to this level without
Uh,
the help of you guys and the community.
Well, big up and thank you for contributing to it yourself. You can give us one of your categories and
Um.
nominees and winner.
Ah. So Um, I was actually thinking about it listening to the earlier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Not to make this sound away, but I would give best best trading spread to I create.
Best, I like that talk. Explain to the people listening what you mean when you said best trading spread.
Um, I well, luckily I have the ability to kind of look at the market every day. I don't always look at the market every day, but like in my in my in my observation,
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that the difference between the high for the day and the low for the day in iCreate was pretty wide by my estimation, meaning like, a gap of like 10 to 20%. And semi regularly, iCreate would halt down and then halt up, in short order, whether, like the next day, or it
Okay.
would or it would halt down and go up by a significant margin the same day or the day after.
When
So
was this, by the way?
there's been several times over the past couple months that where I noticed that pattern happening. Let me pick the time when I actually got in on it. Let me pull up that trade. Yeah, so December 14,
Mm-hmm.
I got it for $1.79. No, like $1.77, making it $1.79 after fees.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought some more the next day at 180, which was the 15th of December. I bought it at $2, making my average 180.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And
and then on the 16th, which is 2 days after,
no, that's the next day. It's four. You said 14, 15,
14.
16th is the Friday.
Mm-hmm.
right? So yeah, so 2 days after the 14th, which is my first
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
entrance.
yes. Mm-hmm.
And then so on the 16th, I sold it for $2.09, which was a 15% in 2 days.
Nice. Nice. I respect that. And how did you know that would happen?
Um, I did not fully know that it would happen. I just noticed that the buy queue seemed a bit weak to me, and I thought that if I were to put a large enough buy order just above the trigger price for the downward halt,
That's on the
that
14th.
on the 14th.
Okay.
So yes, I had put my buy order at 177. So
Mm-hmm.
so my thinking was that this buy order is large enough to tempt somebody to sell down into my order in the middle of the uncertainty that was going on around iCreate, where they were doing, they had made the EGM announcement. There was a bunch of like corporate maneuvering going on. People didn't really understand. So, I thought that, if I put this large buy order in the queue, that somebody might, get tempted to sell down into me. The risk of that is that somebody simply puts buy orders above mine to skip me, which was
Mm-hmm.
also very likely. But luckily, somebody sold down into my 177 buy order. I got all the units that I was bidding for. I bought more the next day, and I sold 2 days after for 15%.
All right. The risk also, being fair, is that yeah, one of the risks also is that you get the units you want, and the heavy selling continues, and so you got your units, but the selling is continuing.
Right. That happened to me with JFP.
Okay, 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 that's good. So you've been burnt by it also.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have been burned by it also.
So you understand why I'm always saying about the need to be as precise as you can and look at all of the risks, not just the good side and the wins. You have to consider everything if you're doing it
Def-
accurately and repeatedly.
Definitely.
Big up, big up, big up, big up for that. All right, thank you. I don't know if you had another category.
Um. Hmm. Another category.
Or I can show you where you can. I don't know if you can see what Jason had so far. Best Fundamentals Award he gave to JMB.
Mm-hmm.
Underdog of the Year he gave to iCreate. Retail Investor Stock of the Year he gave to Fesco. Pivot Award he also gave to iCreate. And Undervalued Award he gave to MIL, Mayberry Investments. Patience Award he gave to Jam T for the Endless Summer. And Player of the Year, of course, you heard that he gave it to Dr. Bill.
Yeah. I'm trying to word it in, but I guess it would fit on the best pivot, but because it was announced closer to the end of the year, we don't know if it's the best pivot yet or not. But definite for me, Palace Amusement shrugging off their title of the most boring stock on the exchange.
You had Palace as the most boring stock at the exchange.
Me personally, yeah.
Poor
Okay,
Palace. That's
Palace.
That's debatable.
I
That
mean,
is debatable.
before the split announcement.
I'm to
I
equity
mean,
Even
line and them thing there.
even before the splitting.
Even before this week.
so, wait there. The split is what makes it not boring for you know.
Yeah. Not
All
just this,
right.
not just the split in and of itself, but when I looked at when I looked into them, when I looked at the situation that they're in currently, I just found it very interesting. You know what I mean? So in terms of somebody who needs to pivot, they're definitely a candidate for somebody that needs to pivot in a big way, and that may end up being, one of the biggest turnarounds that we've seen. But I also like I create for the awardee for that as well.
All right. Well, you've accidentally or incidentally given us a more interesting point.
Most
And you
boring.
say it's no longer Palace. So what's the most boring stock?
Mhm.
2022.
The most boring stock of 2022, maybe Berger Paint.
Like watching paint dry. All right.
Exactly.
Jason, you said that's debatable. What would you give the most boring?
For last year, I would have said proven, but they did something that I found interesting last year.
What did they do that you found interesting?
They funded, well, I don't know if funded is the right word, but H Limited, I believe the company is called.
They founded what?
Now, well, I think they funded this company called H Limited. The former head of Guardsman is currently heading.
Okay.
So I don't think I could give proven again because I found that really interesting.
The
What
H
about it?
Limited is what you found most interesting. Why? Why?
About
What
proven.
else?
But yeah, because proven is funding them, right?
Okay. Or Edge or H? EDGE or
No,
ETH?
ECHE.
ECHE.
Ah, okay. And why is that interesting for
Interesting.
you?
So based on what I saw, they wanted to revolutionize something in the payment industry, right? And as you know, we have what do I call it? Headaches, card machine down, or wherever they are.
That's the national anthem, you know. The card machine is down. Sorry, apologies. That's not the national anthem. Apologies. But that's like the unofficial anthem. The card machine is down. Jesus. So you think H Limited is going to fix that?
Well, it's gonna be interesting to watch. I wouldn't say they're gonna fix. I can't really give that statement yet.
But that's what you find interesting.
Yeah,
That makes proven not boring for you.
yeah, for me.
Proven bought an entire bank,
Bank.
you know. But a H Limited,
H
the man
limited.
don't find that the card machine
Bro.
have that kind of power, you know, brother.
They bought a bank by issuing new shares.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wasn't right.
yeah,
Don't matter them by a bank.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's the way that it was done that was interesting to me.
Oh,
Oh, okay. All right.
really?
What about that was interesting to you?
Okay.
Because I mean, it was just in term. Well, 2022 was definitely a year of very interesting corporate maneuvers. So you know, the proven acquisition of the Buzz Little Bank was interesting to me, just because, like, it never occurred to me that someone could just do that.
Mm.
Boy,
So
you
it
knew,
Meaning,
broadened.
like,
you really knew, man. You really knew. I
I love that.
forget.
It broadened in knowledge. I like that. I love
yeah,
that.
because I was just like, oh, so like, instead of issuing new shares and raising money to the public, like, you could just issue the new shares and just give them to an individual. That's super interesting.
Mm. All right. All right. For me, I'll throw one in. Well, most boring. What I think of as my most boring
Most
company
boring.
last year.
Well, someone just
Dirty,
win by default,
dirty AMG, brother.
They boring? Were they boring?
Because they
Yeah,
refuse to
yeah,
be
yeah.
as exciting as
You're
they can
actually, you're
be.
actually right. They boring. Them limit up. Them limit up.
Yeah, I don't really think it's AMG. That's my emotions answering first.
I know.
If I give it real thought, last year most boring stock on the market for me would be
If I
hmm.
choose the most boring, not gonna be interesting. Like
That's
equity
the
line, brother.
definition. You mean, that's the
Equity
definition.
line.
Equity line.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. I actually paid a little bit of attention to equity line last year and this year too because of what's happening in Canada.
Uh-huh.
I think at this point where they are now, they've actually barred foreigners from owning real estate in some parts of Canada. I'm not as up to date on it as I should be, but I believe the last thing I saw is that they started to ban foreigners from owning real estate in, I'm going to say Toronto, and I want to say all of Canada. Apologies
Mm-hmm.
for getting that wrong. But from what I've heard, I don't live in Canada, so from what I've heard, the real estate there is pretty much like Kingston. Think of all of it like New Kingston. So if you if you um if you open an umbrella over a cardboard box, you can probably charge 200,000 for it because the real estate prices there are crazy. And so the Canadians who are not naturalized Canadians or who have been there for a long time are complaining that real estate is out of reach for most of the people that live there. Sound familiar, right? Um, and yeah, it's gotten to the point where it's really bad. Of course, equity line. This why does this matter for equity line? Well, if you understand what equity line does, they are pretty much what they have listed are the preference shares, which in some ways link to the debt of um, at-risk Canadian mortgages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm trying to say it the right or the nice way.
Say your name
Um,
again.
but yeah, pretty.
uh,
Yeah, I'm trying to walk a
you know
very
I use that word.
yeah. I'm trying to walk a very careful line. What I say, but that's why I find them interesting. And yeah, could I say they're not the most boring? I don't know. If you think they're the most boring, you might not be wrong. Um,
Or name
what's
again.
it? Let's hear some
That
criteria.
CABIIB. What's your name again? Cable Bahamas,
Is that still listed?
isn't it?
It's listed for very specific reasons, you know.
I
I think.
know.
I
Me too.
think.
Me too. I agree. Base, especially. Yeah. Me too. But you think they took it off?
No, I think it's still listed, but you're right. That's how boring it is. You're
You
not
sure it's
wrong
still
at
listed?
all.
I'm not seeing.
I'm not going to swear to it. I'm not going to swear to it.
Yo, are
I
you
don't know
guys
if
are you guys seeing the comments?
Where?
no,
Um,
we're not.
uh,
Feel free to
T-
let us hear some.
apparently, Teacher Striker did the same thing that Shaminkia did, where all of us were in the 138 play, but Teacher Striker got out at 5 the next day.
Oh,
Damn.
oh, you have a whole heap of ladder steps on the ladder to go up, boy. The woman never beat you to scorn yard.
No, I swear. Yeah, like she replied to my comment in the space comments, and she said she got 138 at 405 too, the same price I got it at, and she sold at 5.
Mm. Share, share, share your tweet to the space, please, and I'll try.
Can I do that? It's the one where I said that I'm flattered. Like, I can't share it. Oh wait, no lie, I did.
You can, yeah, man, you can as a speaker. Uh, I big up Teacher Striker. Teacher Striker, come on and tell us two of your categories, and
Why
let's
the
hear it.
hell?
No man, Teacher Striker is is my inspiration, man. Oh gosh.
I don't think she realized how many fans she have, Like she have a
No.
lot of fans. All right.
She need to print up
Randy,
some. She need to
Randy,
print up
right?
some merch.
They delisted. They delisted Randy.
The D list.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She need to print up some Teacher Striker merch. I'll buy a shirt.
Mm, she does need to do that. I will big up Teacher Striker. That's what I'll say. Big up Teacher Striker constantly. So everybody have them their own rivers to cross, I would say. So I really want to show the tweet, but I need to figure out what it is. But just say it again. She said that she got out the next day of the same 138 student living play.
Well,
Was sold.
she never specified the next day, but she said she sold at 5, which could have been the next day, or any time since then, because it's been stuck at 5 since then.
Mm. Big up Teacher Striker one. And
I have a category,
yeah, man, go through. Let's hear it.
like, but I'm not sure how to word it like succinctly. It's like company with the most potential that is not living up to it.
Oh, the what list award.
Yeah, and before I would have chosen Palace for that award before the split announcement.
All right, but no, drum roll.
But no, boy, I don't. Oh, let me look.
We
I
say
had
you're the tech.
I thought of the category, but not the candidates.
What's the category? What's the category?
The
What
category
list
is,
awards?
yeah, what list
The what?
award?
What list?
The
How
stock
it work?
with the most potential to do something, but they're not living up to it.
So the
Oh
stock that's
God,
not living up to their potential the most. Then
the
I
potential.
so that's then I on the
I
spot.
would say T Tech, maybe T Tech.
Why?
T Tech. Who?
Why? Because it just feel like them no,
Jason in
they,
tech, by the way. Oh, you
huh?
are in tech. You are in tech. This. That's
Yeah.
Jason talking, right? Who
Yeah, man,
talking
No,
that's
now?
Yared
no,
talking.
Yared,
Yeah,
Yared.
that's
No,
interesting.
I'm
That is
talking.
interesting.
Yeah,
Oh,
I would pick T Tech just because it doesn't seem like they're able to stand on their own 2 feet without the support
support up.
of GK.
Well, why is it a potential thing then? Why is it a potential and they work this with it? Isn't that saying
No, I
what's,
mean,
what's, what's, what's the potential you're seeing for it?
I just feel like in the space that they're in,
Mm-hmm.
they could provide more. Yeah, they could provide more services to other people, separately from just kind of relying on their business
Existing
with GK.
customers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for context, for context, what he's saying is linked to the fact that T Tech, I think I want to say like 45% of the revenue comes from GK.
Yeah, it was I don't remember. It was some great figure like that, and then the
Yeah.
percentage actually went up, meaning that like they're doing less outside business and still relying on GK even more.
Mm-hmm.
Mm, mm.
We hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Big up, guys. Big up, guys. Let me
Oh,
know
who's
if
Big
that?
up
That
to
sound
man.
like
Big
that
up
sound
to
like
what to
Dr.
be
Bill
just up.
himself. Dr.
Dr.
Bill,
Bill.
congrats. You have a award to come get them and a new name.
And
No, I've been calling him ever since, to be honest.
and they
Dr.
and
Bill.
they have so much room to raise, like
Who the
T Tech.
T-Tech?
T-Tech.
Yeah. So who
Want
here now, guys?
to man like that, I think cool.
Ooh. You give them the wasted potential award, that's what you're saying, Danai?
Sure.
What about Dolphin Cove?
To the thing that the hotel deal that's on pause. I mean, I can't beat them up, but the thing, the Mystic Mountain thing, because it sounds like they're actually trying. So those outside things that Dolphin Cove, I have nominees. I don't have a full complete. Yeah, man. Like man, like lumber.
Enough
All right.
nominees, man.
Boy,
Let me hear the nominees for your
lumber.
wasted potential.
2021 was such a nice year for lumber. We have all these plans going forward. In 22, we don't hear nothing since.
Fizzle out a while.
CAC. CAC.
KC
The
2000.
comeback from COVID look like it again turn around. They walk back in the wrong direction.
Mm. CAC.
I
Sorry,
Somebody
yeah.
say access.
Access.
I want to access.
Oh, Access, I would personally give my Cool It Down award, where
Yes, sir.
where anytime a company is doing well, but the people who are associated with the company say something that's crazy. In this case, one of the top shareholders in the company, one of the top shareholders in the company was quoted speaking about a complete other thing. Let me be clear. He was not speaking about Access Financial, but he was said that, in the situation that you're speaking about, I think apologies if I'm wrong. I think in the situation you're speaking about, he said that, and you're speaking about Fesco's share price flying so much over there, that maybe the company owners or the large shareholders should have come in and cooled down the share price, which I am interpreting to mean
Sell.
put heavy volumes into the queue, sell heavily in order to stop the price from going up. One of the craziest things I've heard on the market.
Bro.
Yeah, one of the craziest things I've heard on the market.
Imagine you being one of the top shareholders in Fesco, hearing that there's a call for you to sell your shares because the share price is too high for whoever is speaking about it.
Yeah, imagine the implications of that. Yeah, so for me,
we give up on this company every single time his value is higher.
Yeah.
And it's funny you mentioned that because I actually jumped on to add my 2 cents to that Worthless Award by nominating QWI.
So we're here for the smoke section. Welcome to the smoke section of the awards, guys.
No, but differently still, maybe still.
Yeah, man.
I don't know that you're wrong.
Agreed.
And I should be personally hurt because I lost money on QWI.
No, in fact, I'll throw you one better. Jam T.
Ooh.
Potential, the plans that were put on, and then QWI's hits thrown into Jam T even heavier on top of we now do the things we're waiting on.
Jam T is the purge. That's true.
And Jam T was eating the QWI's impact. Every time QWI now fall, Jam T take a hit off of it. And then Jam T did things. So QWI disappointed, and then Jam T disappointed from their own angle with them summer. So I can see why the cooling down come off if it's summer go last so long.
Well, QWI ended the year with its net asset value 12. Its book value fell by 12%. That translates to a couple $100 million. Well, yeah, I can't knock your points about about them being below potential. I am hoping that they find it in 2023. But I'm not hoping as a shareholder because, like I said, I lost money on them this year and I don't lose money. So they made me have to work harder than I'd like to work to make sure that I didn't end the year with like I had to make back the money. So yeah, screw them. And it's not like
screw them.
Don't get
screw them. But what?
Yeah, no, I mean it's my money. It's my money. It's my money. I don't feel happy about it
it's the way it's written like that.
Because it's not like there weren't fund opportunities on the market this year.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
I think also I think that's strong in the weighted potential bracket to me. So that's why I say I fully agree there. So, but then the fact that Jam T get the QWI stress and then the Jam T stress. Nah.
How many actively managed funds are there on the market? QWI, MJE, you can be technical and say CP and CPFE.
Select F.
Well, TPFE, no. I mean, sure.
Well, no, you can't knock it.
I know, as I was saying, sure.
You could go
I know it's not equity. It's real estate. It's not stocks. As I was saying, but I fully agree. Yes, same. Actually, you're actually actively managing the thing.
Yeah, it's an actively managed thing, and I mean, what did they do this year? I think that they boosted their dividend heavily. If you care about that sort of thing, it's a massive dividend boost that they gave. I mean, look on the yield on that, 14%. God damn. Um,
CPFV.
yeah, that's CPFE. And then
What? That's crazy.
I don't want to turn this into the ad. I always talk about it, but there's no question about look at MJE.
Yeah, boy.
Mhm.
Look at MJE this year, the actively managed fund again. Look how the actively managed fund look like for the year. Um, and look at the NAV. I noticed the NAV has not. I noticed that the NAV for the final day of the year hasn't come out yet, but
Mhm.
there's only so much movement that could happen between December 29th and December 30th. And look at the NAV from last year till now. Last year being 2021 till now.
Compared to QWI curve.
Yeah,
And the funny thing
1242. Sorry, go ahead. Go
to
ahead,
me,
Phil. Hmm.
is that MJE, because of the holdings that they have in the what they
SVL.
call the portfolio companies, SVL, CPJ, they one could argue that they're they should be less agile than a QWI, right? QWI, yes,
Even
they
with the
have
amount, could be less tied up.
less tied up, a much smaller fund. Channel dog.
Yeah. Multi-market. QWI plays in multiple markets.
Multiple markets, yes.
There's naked arbitrage opportunities if you play. Don't get me started.
Hmm, hmm,
I mean, I can't say anything,
hmm.
right? I'm not in the driver's seat, but if I was, I'd
True.
do better. Yeah, and
I
I don't
tell you
lose
now.
money, and that's the sort of energy I need from a fund manager. You shouldn't be losing money.
Yeah.
Fund manager of the year, who do you give it to? Kirk. Big up Kirk.
Big up, actually, yeah. Big up
Yes,
Kirk.
yes,
Big up
yes.
Kirk.
Consistently,
Big
yeah,
up
man.
Kirk.
Easily, 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 easily.
Channel Star. We talk about
Bam bam.
inspiration for you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big up Kirk. Big up Kirk. And we'll hear more about him, I'm sure. Um,
Fully duds.
Have to. Have
Looking
to.
forward.
completely. But yeah, sorry, I interrupted your point, Phil, about the QWI thing. Let me
Yeah,
say
man,
the
that was all. That was all. The agility is really striking, lack of agility.
You say strikers
uh,
over that side.
They need a striker.
they do
They
need a
need a
striker.
striker too.
Yeah, man. Yo, cut the check. I'm willing to work.
There you
Cut,
go.
cut the check. um, Sir Phil, sorry, Dr. Bill. We will hear a
Oh,
category from you
yeah.
and some nominees.
Actually, at another point, I was gonna call the play of the year in a different way. I wasn't gonna give you my personal play, although it is one of the nominees is one of my one of the stocks that I'm in
Hmm.
fairly heavily. But play of the year, I two of the nominees, my top nominees are Dino Hines and the MFS crew,
Okay.
and the First Rock guys for
Add the
listing
first
dollar.
rock guys. Add the first rock guys for another award, But okay, so you say your nominees for Player of the Year is Dino Hines and the
Yeah.
MFS crew.
Those guys bought that shit for 9 cents, bro.
Hmm.
9 cents. And how
Ja,
much
God's
gold
bro.
Play of the
saved?
Wow, and
Year.
it's trading for 275
Godspeed
Science.
Play of the
275.
Year. The
to the year.
30.
Godspeed, the Godspeed Award goes to
Godspeed
MFS.
Award.
Yeah, man,
That speed
completely,
around
man,
what? 3,000%, you
completely.
know?
Woo!
3,000%. No matter how
Mm.
you cut it.
No, it matters.
And
To some people, it
No,
matters.
yeah, man. He might have cut it fundamentally.
Oh,
Uh,
and
nine.
then just a start. As far as
Yeah,
I'm concerned,
yeah.
they're just
God,
starting.
you're right. 9 cents and ending the year. So for the rest of us, again, for context, especially for anybody who's big, maybe a beginner or a little lost, MFS ended the year as the third largest gainer on the entire stock market, right? It was Fosrich, 332%, Spurtree, 222%, MFS, 214.9%, because MFS ended the year at $2.96. But what Phil is saying is that the guys who bought it actually bought it at 9.48 cents, I think it was. So their profit is 3,022.36% profit on for the year.
Astronomical.
That's what the kids would call a big food.
That's nice. And as you guys said, I'm just starting. But that's me jumping in, Phil. That wasn't what you're saying. You say you gave your nomination for Player of the Year to MFS, and the other one was to Proven.
No man, to First Rock.
Sorry,
The,
to
the
First Rock.
First Rock. The group. I
Hmm.
won't. I won't necessarily go into all the details and break it down, but they bought their stake in dollar. So I actually gave MFS the edge because they did everything within the year 2022.
Hmm.
But First Rock started their play from it's 2020,
I think
2021.
so.
Yeah, I think 2020. They bought their stake in dollar for 750,000 US.
It's 500,000.
500,000 US, yeah. 75 million J. And that stake is now worth 4.5 billion. It is
Well,
actually
go ahead. Go ahead.
the so that comes out to like 5900 percent. 59x.
Mm-hmm. It's about equity and I create.
Equity and
So
I create.
no, hold on, no, hold on, no, hold on. So
Okay, okay.
just to be clear, Phil, they bought it for how much you say? 500,000 US.
500,000 US for 75% of the company.
Hmm. And they sold
Um,
it for
They sold it for 1 million.
1.1.
See there.
Step two. Yes.
The year they bought it 1 year, and then the year after they flipped. You know what I mean? They flipped it.
Sold it to
And
First Rock Private Equity.
hmm
And First Rock Private Equity went on to orchestrate listing of the company. Um, they offered some of the shares, and they still have 60% of the company. And that 60% stake is now worth 4.5 bill.
Channel.
mm,
After
Massive.
them
damn.
eat food and sell some. After them sell some and eat food already.
And they paid themselves a dividend.
Yeah, man. Things you
Yeah, I
can do
mean,
with the market.
No man, big
yep.
up them for you.
Pick them up. I have them for another award, but I want to hear what you guys. I'll tell you the award afterwards. After I hear if anybody else have anything else. Any other categories, Doctor Bill?
I'll leave it at that for now.
All right. So for me, the award I give First Rock is the most interesting thing. Like it made me laugh, and it also made me have to go and broaden my knowledge a bit. But the best thing that I've read in a set of financials all year was
Indeed.
for yeah, First Rock buying a piece of a property, a bit of real estate, and they paid for it by way of transfer of natural love and affection, but no consideration. Now that I loved reading when I was reading it. I thought it was like, wait.
Straight winning.
I thought love don't cost a thing. Mm. The asset, by the way, that they paid for, but that they transferred by way of natural love and affection, it was valued at US 1.6 million. So, ladies, if you tell him love you, current going rate on that is 1.6 million US.
Oh, shit. Natural love and affection, not artificial love and affection.
Man just has set up
Yeah.
single people, so brother.
Yeah, boy. This year we just want the world burn. But yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah.
no, feel February too close. You're not gonna do that alone, you know.
Pressure.
So who does who can a company love?
uh, who? Oh, sorry. Say that clearly. What are you saying? Who
I
Yeah,
can?
mean,
what I say.
if you're saying that the asset was transferred in exchange for natural love and affection, but who does the company love?
Okay. Whew. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said who can
Me
a
too.
company love? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So who can a corporation love?
Yes, a
Um,
corporate entity.
whoever its board of directors tells it to.
hmm
Yeah.
Mm.
Or
Profit.
whoever forces it to love them. Usually it's shareholders. And that's my safe answer.
All shareholders.
That's my safe answer. Maybe you have some outside shareholders. Um, so Jason, back to you. Talk to me. What's the next category?
All right. Last thing we did was play of the year, right?
Yeah, and we heard quite a few. And you said best fundamental earlier, and you gave it to JMMB. So now what's the
Mm.
best non-fundamental?
Non-fundamental.
First, I want to hear the criteria behind it.
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is one of the things that the brokers definitely wouldn't recommend to you that, upset a lot of people and it was still running up same way.
hmm
So it's something that the brokers would not recommend to you, and the
Yeah.
share price move regardless.
Yeah.
hmm
All right.
Yeah, very non-fundamental stock per se.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
What my pick is?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Or if you have any nominees, you can tell us them first.
I mean, I think this is gonna be a repeat one.
Okay. Let's hear it.
There was a particular event earlier in the year with a certain famous individual who wanted to cool down a certain stock,
Okay.
and that stock was of course Fesco.
Okay. So you're giving Fesco the award.
Yeah.
Okay. Because,
Boy.
but I don't know if the brokers wouldn't have recommended Fesco to you, man.
hmm
Well, never to me.
Did you ask any broker about investing in Fesco?
Honestly, I dislike disappointment in Randy.
The- I
So you don't
trying to
seek
give
it
them,
out.
yeah, I trying to give them a fair chance, though, sir. So I mean, there are broker employees who listen to this, and there are broker owners who listen to this. So it's good for them to hear the voice of the customers. So you said I wouldn't have necessarily recommended Fesco to you,
Yeah.
but Fesco nonetheless gave investors this year um, strong returns. Is that an understatement to say strong returns?
That's not an understatement, I'd say.
So
Well, mm,
Fesco ended the year as the ninth largest gainer on the market.
What a play.
88.9% growth. And I think you mentioned this earlier. I'm not sure if you did. I think you mentioned this earlier. You mentioned the popularity, I think.
yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Fesco was the third most traded stock by volume. Guess what the other two were?
Um, Wigton.
Wigton is actually number one, yeah.
hmm
Uh,
And the second one,
Dollar.
the second one, I'll tell you. I don't think anybody will get it. It's actually X Fund. But remember, I said by volume just now,
hmm
not by trades. If we're looking by trades, the number one stock of the year, and this is not us joking around. This is actual numbers. The number one stock of the year was actually Fesco
mm,
in terms of trades. The number two was Dollar, and the third was Spur Tree. So you might actually be right. I have Fesco. One of the awards I was gonna give Fesco on my side was like it's the popular stock. It's the
hmm
popularity stock. People really, really, really like Fesco.
Retail baby.
Yeah, yeah,
hmm
they really, 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 really like Fesco, and so Fesco is. You can tell why. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Sir Bill. It's retail baby indeed, which means that the retail loves it, and the retail then, of course, because they love it, they dictate it. Meaning, if Putin invade somewhere else, it fly again. I hope. Uh, so non-fundamental you gave to Fesco. Uh, anybody in here, anybody else, who do you guys give your non-fundamental
Not
award to?
fundamental. It also say and it's a yeah. One I create again, cause you know how that it sound to any house at every point of this year.
And still does.
Everybody was very happy to take a dump on I create. So
hmm That's true. That's true. I agree. Sir Yard.
Non-fundamental. How do we categorize non-fundamental stock of the year?
Well, what Jason said was that the stock that, like, the brokers would not recommend it, and if you that's what he said. The brokers wouldn't recommend it, yet it still moved despite the non-recommendation. Um,
Um,
yeah, or
did,
you can give it your own definition if you want.
did we mention JFP?
We mention whatever you want to. Oh, the
Oh,
do not participate stocks.
yeah. Like
oh
the
yeah,
the brokers
they're
literally
done.
did not recommend it.
Damn,
That's a
damn.
reverse from Jamaica.
Yeah, and where is JFP right now?
JFP
Reverse from
right
Jamaica.
now is at $1.57, so it's 57% ahead of where it IPO'd less than a year ago,
That's
and it
hilarious.
ended yeah, and it ended the year up 72%.
That's a win to me.
That's a win to
I
anybody
think
who
it's
bought it
everybody.
less than 147.
Exactly. Um,
Hmm. So Phil, you're
Uh,
non-fundamental,
the,
I would actually give it to Palace.
really?
Why not?
Well,
A
why?
very
no.
prominent investor and leader of a house did recommend against it,
Against
and
buying.
the broke and all the brokers and the talk is always, a split does not change the fundamentals of the company, blah blah blah. Um, the so it literally is just 6 of one, half a dozen
Non-fundamental,
of
yeah.
one, half a dozen of the other. So you're not gonna see traditional uh brokers recommending simply based on the split. They announce a split. That's all they've done, and
Mhm.
the word out there is that buying just on that basis is not a good thing to do. But despite that, when did they announce it at $600?
800,
800.
800 region.
You're sure the day it was announced, it wasn't 600.
Probably
So the
not.
I ate, I
announcement,
ate
I
this,
don't
man.
It was
much I did
announced
feel on those things.
after the
yeah,
close. I
yeah,
think
on the
that day.
28th. Sorry, on the 12th of December is when the notice came out. Monday, December 12th. Um,
I was there. It ended that day 6:20.
Yeah, man,
Right,
620, and then the
I think it
announcement
came
come
out
out
after the. I think it came out
It
after the
came
market
out at the end of the
closed.
day. Why
end of the day.
I think
You
you
wouldn't have
already
been able
so
to buy it at 600.
yeah,
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 Yeah.
that's it.
that makes sense.
So the next day when it was 8:08 that it
Yeah,
closed at 8:08:57, the
Yep.
13th.
and it's
Um,
1600 and odd now.
yeah. I think this is always a good reminder that you're investing your money, your portfolio,
Yeah,
and you have to do it along the lines of your goal. Or if you're doing it right, you should do it along the lines of your goal, and act according to the best move for your pocket.
and your
Um,
risk tolerance.
and your risk tolerance. Yeah. No, no. On the flip side,
hmm
yes, the typical line. Splits do not change the intrinsic value of a company, right? It's making change, but If somebody bought at 800 and sold it at 1600,
How you
you
gonna
know,
argue with them?
or you can argue with them, but you're arguing with almost
Profit.
100% profit in what, less than a month.
Mhm.
And there are
Yeah,
Yeah.
opportunities.
action
There
based.
are even opportunities to get even more than that.
Sorry, I'm hearing two voices. Oh, that sounds like. Let me see.
Local.
Sir Loco.
Oh, good night, y'all.
Good night, boss. All
Night,
good.
night, night. Hold on. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to the team and all the people. I I know that's something I said all the while. But the more I learn about stocks is like, how is corporate action like stock split not
Not fundamental, right?
like what? Isn't that changing the share count of a company?
I'm
So
tell you the issue. The issue. What does fundamental mean?
Mm.
that's what I want to know too. What? It's not because it's not revenue or liability or profit margin or tax write-offs or something is not fundamental to go, but the literal basis of what the company is, the amount of shares that are in the company is non-fundamental or not a fundamental change. I
So
think
let me Google it.
Don't think is that. Well,
Fundamental, because that's a good question that I asked, is forming a necessary base or core of central importance, right?
Mhm.
Um, so I would assume that if I'm speaking about fundamental, it is from, let me speak for myself. Anything that is an indicator of future share price increase or future share price decrease or increased dividends or increased value that I define as my personal value, anything that indicates either a rise in that or a fall in that is fundamental to me.
Mhm. Wait, the thing we very quickly have to always go back to when we do that, the generalization thing in investments. It's a very personal thing. So to look at it and then tell somebody that, so the idea that fundamentals are something that is are something that is common. The whole thing is an oxymoron.
yeah,
It's a it's a
widespread
thing that
acceptance.
everybody what they invest for is different. The way they derive value is not going to be the same across every single person. So the things that each person has to look for as the indication for where they will get value for their investments is going to be different.
Mhm.
So the fact that you have something called, if you then use fundamentals, and if you were to ask me what is fundamental and I say PEPD, whatever, the idea that it's going to be the same value to somebody else, or that's where they need to look for every single investment they make, that's just, it don't really make sense. People get benefit differently. People are looking for different benefits, look for different level of benefits. Are they willing
Mhm.
to take different risks for the benefit that they expect to get from whatever company? It just, so yeah, this fundamental talk half the time it just sounds like somebody talking to themselves. And yeah, I don't really think.
yeah,
I mean, yes, that's fine. That's fine. It's fine if what you invest for and the fundamentals that you have for whatever don't really align with what other people are looking for as value, and it's fine for you to talk about it from that angle. But then, if as me now taking it and what I'm going to invest for, I have to understand that what that person is saying is fundamentals is largely related to them and their investment lifestyle and what they're looking for in investing, any investment they make.
and I'm saying that if you are active, it to me a narrative of that nature is a non-investor talking point because I'm sorry, if you're an investor, that means you are partaking in buying and selling shares in something. And the
Mm-hmm.
amount of shares that are there in the things that exist matters.
Mm-hmm.
Because if
Scarcity. If we always talk about things there, again, economics
Supply and
and
demand.
supply and demand
Supply
and
and
what
demand.
scarcity.
yes,
It's a lie to think that does not matter.
it's
The
ridiculous.
truth, it is though. It is though. I think it is. I think it's linked in some ways to like that. The same thing that was happening with me and the pre-open. I don't need it to make money, so it's
Yeah.
not important.
Uh-huh.
But
But
okay,
there's a
I.
whole set of people that do look at that kind of thing as where their
Mhm,
body lies because they know that
mhm.
they make money from it or they lose money from it, depending however that kind of thing plays out for them. But end of the day, them know that this thing is profitable to some degree in the angle that they're looking for. So then that becomes a fundament. The share price and the share count and all that then becomes a fundamental factor for their investments.
Yeah,
So
hundred
I
percent true.
that if you don't make money or lose money in buying and selling stocks, then you can have that fundamental thought. Because if you are actually transacting on a public ownership market,
Hmm.
things that affect that market with companies that are on the market should matter. So
Yes, I agree.
yeah,
I agree
Though
100%.
I agree 100%, but I want to throw in the things Randy did say before in terms of it's not necessarily. It also then matters on where you place value. If you buy, you buy. If I could be buying a publicly listed stock, I don't care if it's publicly listed. I just know that the dividends I'm getting is whatever, whatever, and I can get this block of shares because I talked to Randy and him selling shares in him company at him list couple 2 years ago, right? Then the listing and the shares and the share code or whatever, I don't care because my benefit derived is boy, cool, dividend will come in XYZ time, and this is the amount I expect it to happen. So I'm fine there. That's what's
Yeah.
fundamental to them. But then we use the word the word fundamental as is used isn't on a personal basis. Fundamental to you, that's not the word. It's fundamental. Every single investor investing must use these things, and we talk like that.
Yeah.
yeah, facts.
What I've found it to be in my just real life is that it come down to, if I don't like it, then it's not fundamental. If it's not something I would
Yes.
agree with or something I don't
Yep.
see, it's
Mm-hmm.
not fundamental. Bear in mind, we
What
were
PE?
completely non-fundamental in January when buying MFS.
Yes.
Completely dumb to do something
Mm-hmm.
like that. At the end of the year,
Yeah.
you're up 100, 200, 300%.
Mm-hmm.
Am I non-fundamentally richer, or are you fundamentally wrong? But at this stage, I don't argue it as much, because you don't need to argue it for about whether or not it's for,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, you just, I don't. It doesn't bear arguing with. I think it's just a thing from the past where the market in itself did not have the level of depth that it's now getting,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to say complicated. Poor people in the market now, and poor people care about what can turn 100 grand into 200 grand. And if I'm managing, if I'm managing billions or millions, it would not be sensible for me to try and make a 3 week 100 grand to 200 grand move. But if
Mm-hmm.
it's my 100 grand, it makes sense for me to try and get it. And when I hear the person who is talking about it on their 100 grand saying they do this, me personally, Randy, my inclination is to try and find out and understand what it is and not rubbish it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because suppose I'm wrong and
Yep.
I'm missing out, then things are changing and I don't realize, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'm not able to actually stay on the pulse of what the market is, because
Mm-hmm.
poor people are in the market now, and poor people have different goals. It's that simple. And so I don't rubbish anybody for. I will say something doesn't make sense
Mm-hmm.
after I ask about it, listen to it, show me it. If you can't prove it, or your proof don't make sense, then that don't make sense. But just because I don't do it, don't mean it don't make sense. And for me, the
Straight up.
pre-open was the reminder that this year, that just because you don't do it, don't mean it don't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was my my input into that fundamentally. But Sir Lopo,
all gone.
let's hear your award. Let's hear a category from you and a nominee or
Um,
nominees.
I mean, I really like Jason's award. Like he had like a million lists. So I think they're
So
pretty
so
good.
all right. So Jason's next thing is surprise of the year.
Surprise of the year.
Yeah.
Really?
Or if we want, Jason, you can tell us what's the criteria for surprise of the year.
I think this one's kind of straightforward. Now, something that shocked you, basically.
Hmm.
I mean, I could work with something with that. Um, I guess my personal surprise of the year. I don't think it's yielded in value. In terms of a return on the stocks or anything yet. It's just the whole JP Panjam thing. I thought that was an interesting development as somebody who has looked at JP for a while, been burnt in thick thoughts on on progress that's going to be happening with JP, and seeing them have that amalgamation transaction was, I guess, one of my biggest surprises of the year. That I don't even think I have like a full scope as to how I can participate, or where where my profit would lie from any change in that, if I have a goal to line to that. But just it happening at all was interesting for me. So yeah, I'd go with that for me.
Okay, I like that one. I don't know if anybody else that is on as a speaker wants to.
I'll give you
Your
mine.
surprise of the year.
Surprise of the year.
Let me hear yours. Let me hear yours, Jason.
Alright,
Into the
alright. So
category.
yeah, so two of them. One was Palace because earlier in the year I did a little thread on Palace because Palace was trending for something. I don't know what it was trending for, and I said it would be good if they could do a stock split, right? And I was pretty surprised. Later on in the year, they actually did the thing. Well, it hasn't been voted on yet, I should say, for clarity. Yeah. Number two. No, you have a question?
No. I was just saying it has been voted on, but I mean, the I think 70 or 80% shareholder block is also the same block that controls it and proposed it. So I suspect it's going to pass.
I mean, well, if you say so, well, some of us obviously vote first.
All right, that's true. That
Especially
is
you,
true.
Jason.
No man.
That is true.
Jason like female artist.
So I'm picking number two.
Female artist.
So number two was I kind of forgot that JMMB used to list companies, so IP, that
IPO.
IPO, yeah.
I like that one.
Same.
So the IPCL listing from JMMB was your surprise of the year.
Yeah, because when I saw the broken, I was like, well, JMMB still a list company?
Mm,
Yes, sir.
mm, yeah, and just so the people looking at YouTube, you can see, or watching on Twitter or in the group, you can see Jason's tweet from July 9th, 2022, where he was saying Palace has been around for 100 years, so of course I want to see them thrive. On a side note, though, the stock barely trades. It'd be great if they decided to do a stock split. I'm sure the last thing we want to see is to see them go out of business. So let's hope they improve. And you can notice we even have the Mexico filter
When
on on the screen. Mexico filter on the screen. So damn,
when was that?
that was July 9th, 2022.
All right, all right.
Nostradamus.
Did you buy any at the time, Jason?
Actually, I didn't buy any because, honestly, it was a surprise that they actually did the thing.
Mm. Well, if the stock becomes more attractive, more persons become shareholders, and shareholders they could encourage others to go out and watch movies, and of course, go watch more movies themselves. Hashtag shareholder activism.
The
Big up you
Festo
for this,
effect.
Jason.
Yeah, man.
Big up you for seeing this. The only thing that make it nicer is if you did
Own
buy
the
it
piece.
then.
So
If you did buy it.
so am I seeing you guys at Caribbean in a couple weeks?
What's
Would
happening
they?
at Carib?
I link
I think that the movies there.
I link
Oh
up, man.
Carib
no,
Linko.
I'm not
Yeah,
a
Probably
man.
Palace.
do.
I'm not a Palace shareholder, so no.
Not
If
yet?
there's a I was and I got out actually. Meaning,
Profit.
I did a non-fundamental move and got out somewhere around 14 or 1500. Yeah. Actually, again, my move with Palace was part of my me working on the pre-open. Sorry, Jason, I mute you for a moment because your background loud. Uh, People know the advanced grower I actually do the things that I talk about. So for me to do the code, for me to teach it and thing I had to be testing, and some of the testing I was doing was, can I do the pre-open moves? Can I understand it? Can I predict it properly? And I did. I guess it worked out so far. I made a little profit, a nice little, I think 20 something percent or something like that. I made off it, but yeah. it was a good test to see if actually understood the pre-open better, and it was part of that whole thing. Uh
Interesting.
Surprise of the year. I don't know if you want who's that Yared? Sorry.
Yeah.
What's your surprise of the year?
Um, the Palace split announcement, Loki, high key. That was a left field type of thing for me.
Mm, all right.
What, all right, which
Or
one?
Mm,
I mean,
same
like,
for me.
Which one?
yeah, or the JP Panjam merger is big to me as well.
What was the one before that? All right.
Palace.
Oh.
Palace. Palace.
Mm,
I have
mm.
So the JP Panjam comes to mind, but I hate that it's so close. So I know I'm forgetting a lot of other things. Like that the
That,
thing there. What I would probably be best served is find the things that fall to Randy.
Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Sorry. Surprise of the year. Carib Cement. Crushing
Hmm.
people's hopes and dreams.
ooh.
Hmm.
Is that really a surprise though?
That
As
was
a
that.
fundamental.
I mean, to my level of experience as an investor at the time, yeah, man, I was very surprised.
What were you surprised about?
Um, just the whole scenario of um Cemex announcing the royalty that they'd be charging, and like doing the whole like bait and switch thing, bait and switch thing with like the dividend policy consideration, and just how it fell and all of them thing there, like that was just like a whole
Mm.
that was a, that was like definitely a surprising moment for me.
I guess part of the moment for me that adds to the surprise is seeing the rich people that I know in our market kind of having conversations like us retail investors are ball about things.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
Yeah,
It was
I
like
like.
we all bleed the same blood. You know?
yeah, man. So yeah, definitely that was a that was a negative surprise for me. I definitely lost. I lost a lot. I lost a good amount. I lost a good chunk of money on that,
Ooh.
and it did burn me too because I missed several opportunities to exit before that.
Mm, mm.
You know?
Thoughts and prayers.
But that burn
Yeah.
probably made you action all of the change that you've gotten to investor of the year. So big up yourself. You know what I mean?
Most improved. Most improved.
Most improved.
Yeah,
Most
rapid
improved.
improvement. Rapid improvement. Uh, I don't. Oh yeah, no. Lopo,
I
you
have
said you
like
said
a
JP.
I have like a category I call like the gift that kept on giving.
Ooh, that's a nice one. Let me hear that.
Fosrich.
Ostrich,
Mm.
the gift that kept on giving. Why do you call it that?
Because not just in terms of where they started the year at versus where they ended the year at, but the large fluctuation in stock price in between that time as well. So if you bought and held for the whole year, you'd be up a lot, and if you traded the spreads,
Mm-hmm.
you know, over the last like 6 months, you would have been making like you know what I mean, like a crazy amount of money, bro. Like even before the split, post split, you know what I mean, it was bouncing between like post split, it was bouncing between like the like the high threes and the mid fours. You know what I mean? There was enough
I mean, they
opportunity.
can keep giving and give me a circular still, but yeah,
Yeah. No, yeah, man. We definitely want them to give us a circular. You know what I mean? They need to keep on giving some more. But just in terms of the amount, like I said, the large swing trading opportunities that I saw for
Swing
a
trading.
long time.
No, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep
No,
going. I'm
yeah,
listening.
yeah,
I'm
man.
listening. You're
There were
not wrong. I'm listening and laughing.
yeah, so that's what I would have said, called, what I mean, like the gift that kept on giving, because some people feel like if that when you sell in the short term, that you're selling to somebody who is going to make a loss. But it's like, this, the way Fosterich was moving, it's like it feels like a large amount of people got to profit.
Mm.
Different classes of investors got to profit on Fosterich. You know what I mean? So, and with still more things to come. You know what I mean?
I get you. I get you. I get you.
So, what would your
Go
pick for
ahead.
that? For that title be?
For what?
The gift that kept on giving.
Ah,
Aside from the market as a whole.
there are two things ahead of time that I didn't know if I wanted to say, and this touches on one of them. The other one, I thought about it and I actually wanted to say it on a fundamental basis, meaning the actual hard numbers. But I'll tell you this. For me, the gift I kept on giving is JFP. As I laugh, but you said swing trade, and that's why I don't know if I wanted to say it, but I mean, actually, so JFP, I'll say it. So JFP listed. We know they do not participate. We see it dead and busy doing other doing. I mean, throughout the year, nothing was there to. Every time you come with something that looked nice, something else exciting happen, right? I if you're one of those shape magic people, if you're looking on the shape of this, it is a lot of peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, peaks and valleys, very consistent peaks and valleys. Um, and measure the peaks and valleys from 130 to 168. I think you're looking at maybe roughly 20%, 29%, a little over 20% after fees. There's 20% every single quarter for this stock so far. Every single quarter, there's a 20% swing in there. You can buy, sell. No, I'm very careful in saying that because to explain it requires a better conversation, a longer conversation, and it is not magic, and it is not a must, and it can drop anytime it drop. So I was very hesitant to say it, but if I'm being honest, this is what I'm thinking as a gift that gave throughout the whole year because in the middle of everything, especially usually, if you look at the peaks and the valleys, those 20% moves, they're not very far from each other. The one I'm showing is June 10th to June 21, right? So what, 2 weeks, a week and a half in terms of the market. In the quarter of August to October, 24th of August to the 1st of September, and again from early October to early November, and that's more than the 20%. And yeah, again and again and again. Come to advanced grow that I do on this sort of thing later this year. And if you want to learn how to do, if you've done grow already, it is not a beginner thing. It is not a must thing. It is not a definite, and it is not for the faint of heart. And yeah, but that is my honest
Best
take
case if
for.
you're serious.
Yeah, if you're serious though, the money is there. I believe. At least I made money there, and I don't think it'll be the last time I made money there.
Wicked.
I was talking about girl. So that's funny that you said that. I was talking about if you're serious or girl, not
Oh well, that's
JFP.
also true. Grow. Every
That's
nickel that
funny.
counts. That's grow.
He's like, I made money there.
That is true.
Good money earned still, you me? Good delivery.
Yes.
And the gift that kept on giving was the
Girl,
subscriber group.
Ooh.
facts. Nah, no lies. I see it. Trust me. And is I think that's the strongest if you're serious. If you go there and you're ready for read and you go, use it how you want. I know people there they're just to read and then get what them getting. And people there that talk and get what them getting. But actually, if it does make sense. If you're there, use it. And if you're serious, you'll see some strong value that you can derive from that. More you participate,
100%.
the better. Easy your participation, you just not gonna read this thing. You must learn
That's
something,
true.
all right?
That's true. And this, thank you guys very much for that. And to make sure I say thank you. Well, you guys hear me talk. Then I hear me talk about all the time. You know how serious I am about that space and a space for people who are serious about it. It's not like every other space, and it's not trying to be. Um, and it's not trying to be the biggest. it is just gonna be the best, and the best for regular people who want to learn and are learning. Yeah, man. Um, yeah, I pride myself on that space on helping people there. And yeah, like Dan I say, there's different types there. There's a silent, there's the peep in sometime and talk, and then there's the active. And I assume every single person benefits, and I'm always open that if you don't think it's benefiting you, go. And I'm running anybody. I just mean if it should benefit you or it don't make sense. I believe in value. So I'm thankful to hear that. I'll take that award and try and make sure I win it again this year. But I don't know if Dr. Bill or Jason, you have any picks for the gift I kept on giving?
I'd say if you were smart, I'd say I create.
Boy, yo, this man is trying to Beyonce I create, every award.
Yeah, look at director position.
I mean, Tyrone can run the DMs whenever I'm ready,
I create again, and he says the gift I kept on giving because you did mention earlier that you got in and out of it a few times.
Yeah, so if you look on the chart, you'll see times when it drop back and it fly back up,
We
it
say,
drop back. So,
if you open a chat, we see you. We know when you sell and it drop and you buy any. That's how you say?
no man, that Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil, yeah.
If you just and give Jason the
Cool
gift
one.
and give in, because he might give him them whole I award them.
Mm. Mm. All right,
I like I
Jason.
like
Oh, sorry, sorry, Dr. Bill.
yeah man. I actually like Eddie Focal for that award, for
Ooh.
particular reason. Not for me personally,
Mm-hmm.
not because of swing trading, but it Eddie Focal is something that I have a much longer goal with, and it tends to dip. It tends to have dips as well, and I've been buying when it goes down beyond a particular level. Like no. So I like it.
Word.
I like it for that reason. I like it for that
What
reason.
we say is Dr. Bill soon in another top 10. He doesn't stay to those long.
Remember, say the man they trade in top 10 spot for what? 20% profit on top of the how much percent?
On
Did
top
you
of the
hear that?
190.
Did you hear that? You hear that?
What that?
Or betters. 2 top 10? All right.
Cool away. Something.
uh,
Uh,
uh, co-host of the year. That
Go with the year.
Oh my God. Yeah. I don't have much I can say about Eddie Focal. It has been said already. Right?
Who's our guest of the year last year?
Guest of the year. Hmm.
Boy.
Boy.
Boy, feel like trembling them boots. Feel like I'm not sure I give
Question,
you this one, I mean, you're a strong contender, feel.
No man, not me.
I
Maybe
question
leave
maybe,
time.
maybe Sir Berry.
I leave that to you guys to decide. Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, I leave that to you guys to decide because it's
Tell
not
us,
up to us.
hey,
Tell us who
tell,
you
tell,
guys
tell us
feel
who our
like.
thing is. Again, our host or guest of the year.
Teacher striker.
All right.
Teacher striker, hands down.
She was also on my list.
Yeah.
Strong
High on
contender.
a strong contender for the
Hi,
prize
hi.
for me. Yeah.
Want her in the group bag.
Boy, I guess I have kind of awards for this. I think I'd have teacher striker, uh, definite teacher as consistent guess. I'd have teacher striker with and for my favorite guest on the year would be Wade.
Wade, who is oh.
Mm-hmm.
You're hilarious, brother. You're
Boy, speaking of Fesco, how much I
Local.
thought was Fesco earlier?
That's funny. That's funny. Big up Wade. Big up Wade. Big up
I feel
Wade. Big up Wade.
Jason Fesco was your non-fundamental pick, right?
Yeah, I'm glad.
So I figure you like that episode.
Yeah, I'm glad Loco mentioned Wade because one of my honorable mention was Troll of the Year award on Brick Talk.
Casper.
All right, let's hear that. Troll of the year. I have. I think this is linked to like what I call my meme account of the year. I know who I'm biased towards, but go through. Let me hear you.
I think it was already mentioned. Was it the gold star? Was it Wade? Which one of them?
Casper. Casper.
Yeah, Casper. Casper, definitely him.
Was Casper this year though?
You mean if it was last year?
2022?
2022 or
I
was it
think
Was
so,
it?
yeah, because the whole
2021?
Fesco, I think it probably either the start of 2022 or the end of 2021. But Fesco and PTL were his problems. So I think maybe February.
Yeah, that
Hmm.
the ghost wrote off the local market because he said he was trying to buy PTL and him couldn't get it, man. And he was
Fesco do
looking
good.
on Fesco and saying that Fesco is proof that the market isn't fundamental, it's hype driven. And just again for context, PTL, and so that's why he prefers the US market. He said this early in the year. And for context, PTL ended the year up 56%, and FESCO ended the year up 88.9%. And the US market ended the year down negative, negative, ne- negative. So we won. Congrats, JSC. Definitely congrats, JSC.
I think that is my quote from the call of the year. That call that I did the US market because our liquidity and whatever. And me look on, I regularly have, because of just random stuff, just look on the US market. All of the company. I mean, I say, well, at least they have shorting. So we didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Patience Award of the Year. I'd like to take back my my, my earlier vote. I vote for waiting and shorting on the JSC. I mean,
Wait and short.
yeah, the waiting in vain was for the short on the JSC. But yo, honestly, if you've been in the market anything longer than if you've been in the market, you know that the JSC, big up Dr. Street Forest. She always promises big. And some years it works nicely, some years it doesn't. I actually don't mind how, even though we didn't get shorted in 2022,
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind how the year went.
Mm-hmm.
A strong set of companies coming onto the market throughout the whole year consistently. More processes. I did give them a big up early in the year, and I'll give them it now again. Um, I remember when I used to cuss that they wouldn't even announce things ahead of time. I've seen improvement there, so big up that.
I like the email alerts for when your trades get filled.
I like my money JA's alerts for everything. Um, and I like that we can influence a company like the JC to also work to up their product. And I love competition.
If
And I don't
anybody
think
at
we're
the J, if
competing, but I like that they see some things that the retail market likes on my money JA. And so I suspect that that thing you just mentioned is from us because
Well, the
yeah.
alerts from my mode since we're doing that.
not the price watch alerts, not the
Yeah,
price
no,
watch alerts. The
the,
email alert when your
the
trade
order
gets filled.
field. Yeah.
Or when your order is filled.
Yeah.
A better market makes a better market for everybody. That's what I'll say to that. And I'm happy for that also. Being able to tell that your order is filled is a great thing.
I mean, my
Um,
personal play of the year was thanks to when the My Money JA alerts came out. So
Yeah.
big up there.
really,
Yeah, man.
Oh
I
no,
did
wait, no, gift that keeps on giving. My money JA.
100% true. Did not
My
pay to
my money
say.
moment was I finally get the app.
Yeah. Thank you, Danai, for making a bunch of people now
God they
preferring.
know.
Yeah, for the app. I'll tell people this: if you don't have a premium My Money J account, you should get one very quickly. Very quickly. January. Don't make the time pass. That's what I'll say.
Man, say yesterday's price.
Cue the fat Joe meme.
No, I'm not even saying anything about yesterday's pricing. I'm just saying that the people who are paying for the premium account are about to get even more premium. If they yeah, even more premium features.
Love that.
Yeah. Uh IPO of the year award.
Yeah. Big up, baby.
Bop, bop, bop.
Big facts. Big facts.
I was going to do a projection thought process award that I was going to give to Mayberry with what I guess this is from my personal experience with talking through what I expect to happen after the bond closes and other things that I have going there is it may not necessarily just stock anything about stock price rise, but um I'm hoping well I'm hopeful for a lot of forward movement for as a projection for this year as to a place that I will be using frequently and things that I expect to help grow this year exponentially. So big up Mayberry.
Mm, big up.
Sound like parables, bro.
Yeah, was your version of that, or was your winner for that, Dr. Bill?
Learn. Ready Foka. Looking
Why?
forward to a good year for them. I expect to see them, reaping the benefits of the things that they've said they've done. Not they've said they've done. They've signed the deal with the Jamaica Library Service. So I like the scalability of that company. And I'm looking forward to seeing the effects of.
Sorry. One, I actually need to do two things. One, apologies to the people on YouTube in case you just lost sound. But I don't mind that you lost sound because it was Dr. Bill trying to hype him own like a portfolio pick for completely biased reasons,
Completely biased.
which
Yes,
he
I
which he
admit
which
freely.
he which he admitted to. But also, IPO of the year, because that's what I was actually
Oh, it's
saying.
IPO of the year you're asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
So, or you
Sorry.
think, or you thinking, Phil?
No.
man, I just want to
The
talk about
So,
projection.
FOCA.
so what
No.
in my portfolio that area?
No, man. This is the projection. It's the projection that Lopo spoke about,
I
and
see.
specifically looking to 2023.
Okay, you
But
know what? Say, go ahead,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. IPO of the year.
Um, a dollar. I give it a dollar. Bells and whistles, and they had and I think they backed it up. I think dollar have a really nice story. Blah blah blah. And I spoke. The thing I spoke about earlier, the way that the first rock maneuvered things, and
Hmm.
and again, it's another one that I think it has a lot. There's a lot to come from it, not just both locally and regionally. And yeah, they're now
So,
what do
Phil,
you
one
call
on
it?
the two.
Not really enough. I have a little bit.
What do you mean? I thought
I have a little bit.
outside
I have a
share what I
little bit.
thought, not to read it. Say something you own one the two.
No, not really. I have a little bit. I profited off dollar. I exited most of what I had, and I am very likely to re-enter again at some point.
Mm-hmm.
If the stars and the dry powder align. But
Let's ask the reader, man.
Or ask Ling Father.
Ling father.
Fox. Man, go to
Big
yourself,
up Ling. Yeah.
make a money play that year, and you that.
Please, 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 please do.
We should ask like this year divination.
That's probably true, or we should not, well, or not. I realize that in terms of our own tangent with the meme account of the year, for me it's
Stunks.
Stunks. Yeah, man,
Big
Stunks
up
JA.
Stunks.
Easily,
Definitely.
easily. Easily one of the funniest accounts on the internet for me. For the
But
times I still have to touch social media, it makes me very, it's a very, very, very funny account, and I'm biased, so I like the fact that it is around the local stock market.
agreed.
Yeah, man, my whole life, I am older nerds who my whole life I have to deal with things on the internet where you sign up for a site and them ask you which state are you in. You can't go through without the zip code, yada yada. And I always hated the way how I'd watch things on TV. Or you hear Americans talk and they speak almost like nowhere else exists.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just always I always remember it, and I always say, you know what? I'm going to do the exact same thing for my things. When I talk about the market, that's why I don't say, this is for the JSE. It's just the
JSE,
market.
it's a
Yeah,
market.
it's the
Yep.
market.
Facts.
Yeah,
Facts.
yeah, man. And I like that it's a meme account that is around the market. Easily my favorite meme account. Uh, Guru Jami is a close second.
Uh,
A
yeah.
close second. That's a
Not,
good
But
not,
run
not,
up.
not, not enough memes, right?
very
Not enough memes, but damn funny same way sometimes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Uh, I don't know if it's always deliberate, but yeah, what Stocks beat it for this one, and I am biased. The latest
Impressed,
meme
Uno.
that
I know me can fly.
it
I
is a
know me
thing
can float up in the
that
air.
I mentioned
Yeah.
from long
And
before the
pussy, me know me can fly.
I can fly too,
But just now
Uh-huh.
use my power them to impress
for
Uno.
JNB share price.
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
yeah. Funny, and
Saw
of
that.
course, documenting that entire fiscal play here. I think about this all the time. How funny it is. It is a funny, 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 funny thing. And yeah, I want more of this. I want more of us doing things for our spaces. For me, I like the stock market. So I do things for the stock market, and I big up people who do things for our market. So big ups to Stunks JA. Um, Meme account of the year for the market. And let's see if anybody can give him competition for next year. I
Fuck.
think the Mark Lee Rang guy is trying is a strong, also a strong third place this year. Can maybe get it third place for 2022. Maybe we can get it for 2023.
Big up, Mark.
Yeah. Oh, you know who Mark is?
Oh, we interact now and then, so just big up, Mark, yeah?
Okay, okay. And I should point out, people, I'm not Mark. I'm also not Stonks. I'm also not Guru Jammy. I'm just RT Euro. I don't have a burner, but I do find some of the market centric accounts on the market on the stock on Twitter extremely, extremely funny. So keep it up, whoever you guys are. And I
Indeed.
don't care who you are. I really enjoy it, and I enjoy not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like being able to look on it and enjoy it purely as a
Yes, I
fan.
know.
Facts.
What do you mean? You enjoy not knowing, but you want to know?
I enjoy not knowing, but the enjoyment of not knowing is wanted to know.
Yeah, yeah. It's like a magic. You know, it is. It's like a
Yes.
magic trick. You ever find out
Uh-huh.
how a magic trick works?
Yes.
Like I can do a couple of magic tricks. They are not
Yeah,
fun at
exactly.
all.
I know why. Exactly that. I can do a couple magic tricks, but learning them just took the magic away from
Yeah, the
it.
second you know how it works, it's not as fun. So I'm cool not knowing. I want to know, but I'm cool not knowing, and I'd rather not know.
I'll not chase it. If it's in front of me,
Yeah,
I'll almost certainly look. But
I am sure I have locked my eyes to it. I have closed
no,
my eyes to it.
I don't work out at all.
I have
Yeah,
a I have a tangent word from this whole conversation. I guess
let's hear it. Let's
uh,
hear it.
well, I was just thinking we could award for best CEO communication or best
Oh,
communication.
I thought you said best tangent.
Oh, best tangent.
That's a good one. Most profitable
Yeah, boy,
tangent.
that's hard to find.
Most
I thought,
profitable
right?
tangent is a good one. But let me hear it. Let me hear it. This tangent.
No, I wasn't saying best tangent, and that's
Oh,
very
sorry. I
hard.
lost sound for a second. I lost
So
sound
best
for a
CEO
second.
convers best CEO what?
Communicate.
Communication.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
dear.
I
Oh
agree.
Cause,
dear.
Can me have to give Guru Jabby for that. And I have an honorable mention.
Which one was that? Which
I,
wait. Oh, okay. I mean, so the CEO with the best communication.
yeah,
We're jumping at the CEO. Chairman.
chairman. That's true. So he can't qualify. So I wanted to give him that. So my follow up, my honorable mention for that is Dino, Mr. Dino Hines from MFS. That's my favorite CEO communication this year.
Oh,
I give it to Tyrone
I'll give
too.
Gordon or I'll be Gordon or Tyrone.
Yeah,
I would give it to Kadeen.
Kadeen.
Kadeen, yeah.
Boy, you have proofreader in the building. So heavy. Or a friend named Kadeen.
I saw a
I like
young lady tweet. I saw a young lady tweet the other day say if she had $1 for her exact words, if she had $1 for every time somebody called her
Kadeem.
Kadeem, she'd be very, very rich. And I
That was fun.
lost it. I
Oh God.
lost it.
Oh God. Oh
Lost
God.
it.
I wish I had seen that. You should have sent me that.
I think I liked it. I was going to say
Oh
something, but
my God.
it occurred to me that this poor young lady don't know nothing about the backstory or anything. If I were to retweet her thing laughing, she'd probably vex or think I'm trying to make her feel bad or something. But my God, it was funny to
Oh
me.
my God.
So big up, big up. Actually, I was hoping she didn't block me, and I'm thankful that she didn't. She didn't. So big up, Kadeen. This is a tweet. If I had $1 for every time somebody wrote my name as Kadeem, she would be rich. But you see, she need a proofreader because there's no R in dollar.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right. Half serious award, and of course, like you guys said, big up, Guru Jabi for
Communication.
Jason.
Yes,
Jesus
I would say
Christ.
yes. I'll big him up on his communication, but that's not a
Communication and
CEO.
providing. So he's not a CEO. Providing something that is not common in the market, especially for people who have been in the market for a long, long time. Euros called him the Godfather of the junior market. Um, so the fact that he's on Twitter tweeting, good, bad, or ugly, that's a wonderful thing. And I like that it has seemed to push a wave, right?
Yeah, man.
More and more. Now we're seeing more CEOs
More
coming on.
accounts from people
More
that closer
account.
to that
Yeah,
space.
man.
Yeah, to that. Yeah, I say
Boy,
exactly.
there's certain CEOs I wish would talk less.
No,
No comment.
well, me personally, I don't necessarily want
I don't
that
agree
too.
with that.
Yeah,
Talk, man.
yeah,
I'll say
man,
I
talk.
want to see your thoughts,
No man, yeah.
Uh,
whether I like it or not, because it is an indication of something somewhere, right? So
It
yeah.
helps. More information.
more
That's a
Information
good
information.
is the
point.
key, man. Information is always
Suppose that was a
the key
straw
to
that
reducing risk.
suppose that them talking the straw that make you don't invest. Yeah,
Yep.
right. But because you can't. If imagine a way where you don't see that, but if you know that, or you don't know that if you were able to see that, you would invest in the company, and you just not be able to see it.
That's a good point.
You can't have ability to see it, you know. So
Me why
Yeah,
here?
man.
So yeah, you're right. No, man, that's facts.
Yeah,
to see it
yeah.
go.
Way reduce.
So I'm happy for that. And you see no more. I saw last week, and I think earlier on my screen, I see no Paul Simpson on.
Yes, sir.
I saw the other night they had Simon had what's that thing that
Pitch
they
deck.
launched, the pitch deck that they launched, and he was in there bringing him he had a cameo from Leachin, Michael
Yes, sir.
Leachin. Yeah, this is the road down which I want to see the market going.
Yeah,
People
man.
work before us, we're on the shoulders of giants. I am putting in my work, and I'm happy to see more things happening like that. Of course.
I mean, how much time we said that, Randy? So we want to hear more from Paul Simpson.
Oh God, yeah.
So
I would. I want to hear from everybody on the market. I definitely want to
indeed,
hear from especially anybody who is linked directly to the market.
bro, in what world can you I mean, think about that. We're talking about CEOs not talking or people close to the phone. I know we have two heads of listed brokers actively talking on this and putting more into the space and putting more into people to talk in just people talking about the market online.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Them participating in the
Huge.
conversation and adding to it. That's
Yep.
strong still, isn't it?
Yep.
So
Yep. Yep. Three if you count Michael
I
Luton.
can't love that enough. So
A lot of
I want more of that.
a lot of quote unquote non-finance people, meaning people who are not working in the finance industry too. You know what I mean? Talking about the market.
Yeah, you bring it in.
Facts.
The max is for everybody, brother. We need
Yes, sir.
everybody in.
Everybody. Yo, listen now. I say non-finance people, not you can be a person that don't invest really. You don't have to put money to the market, but yes, have a pension.
Yeah, there's no
You
such
have
thing as a
insurance.
non-finance person.
It touch you even if you don't touch it. So
That's a good point too. There is no such thing as a non-finance person.
Unless you
Yeah.
live in a one tree and you just I eat mango off a tree every day.
that's finance. As of get a different talk around it. Ask me that in person. No,
I
trust me,
blame.
man. If you've heard the conversation me and Randy have privately, that then lead into everything is finance. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
Fundamentally.
Hold on.
everything is not finance. Everything is economics.
Everything is
So
value.
see,
I
everything
agree.
is sure.
Don't make
Value.
the
Everything is
economy
value.
serious.
You can tell
No,
who did econ in school. Eh?
yeah, man.
Yeah, yeah. On that point, actually, like you mentioned, Yari, that's a funny thing. I'll do a callback for best tangent. For me, I blew my own horn, but I don't get to listen a lot of we do again. But I actually went back and listened to this when we spoke, when I explained shorting using mangoes. It's probably the best explanation I've been able to give of shorting to regular people. And I know because people have messaged me, emailed me, hear it in person, that they them get it from that. I
Wow.
think that was last year, right? I think it was early in the year.
I don't think it would have been early, but it's definitely last year. Cause I think the shot that would have come when we had the shot in convo, and I think that was more middle. So yeah, well, I think glad drag your memory there. So, but I don't. Is that a tangent? I think that's just like that's like a
Honest,
that's like an
be-
educational device. Like,
best analogy of the year. Best analogy of the year.
yeah.
Actually, my best analogy of the year is around.
You had some funny one.
APOs.
That's good. That's good. I was going to say somebody else. That's good. APOs is 100% true. APOs is 100% true. That's what the best one is. Oh my God. I'm trying not to say it, but I don't have good impulse control. Mm, mm. What's your best analogy of the year, Danai?
I know. I don't know. I don't much do them.
We
I
don't
leave
need
them
that,
to my
but
co-host.
yeah, that's good to get in trouble. Um, but yeah, outside of that, meme account of the year, outside of the ones we've mentioned, anybody, our best account, our best marketing of the year.
What?
Nothing.
No,
Maybe
go
not
again.
hearing me. Sorry, no, ignore me. I'm trying my best to not say anything about two artists.
Me know,
So
man. Me
yeah.
gone past it. So your best. Tell me the thing you say no. Save yourself.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Oh God. Big up Jada Kingdom and
Big up, Jason.
IPO. Big up. That's true. Big up everybody in dancehall. IPO of the Year award. We heard that. I think that's done. Best interview. I did want to touch on that. I was actually going to agree with Phil about that. About that Dino Hines interview. I thought it was very very good. I hope that something like that becomes a standard also, where they set the plans that clearly, and communicate that clearly. Uh, and I'm going to go back to Jason's list where you have at the end there the fully done say stock of the year. Jason, you definitely have to tell us what that means.
All right, this one, the definition is a bit fluid. Let me explain this now. When you say a stock fully done, like it goes all the way, right? There's no stopping the stock, and regardless of what you do, the stock still a move, right? I'd say that I'd had a couple of things in mind, like the whole SSLDC MFS thing. The whole Fesco thing also came back again to me, and of course, Siboney.
Siboney.
So
Yeah.
I thought you were going in other direction with this.
So sorry. Yeah, what do you mean when you say fully done? Say stock of the year. You have to break it down. Everybody, we're not cool
It
like you.
it it sound like it sound like a to the moon type of thing.
Yes.
It just pop.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, so you just pop what? You have to go give me a better
All right.
definition like that, than that.
Let's use the Siboney example, right? There's this dead company that people, we saw the top striker, for instance, stated the profit she made off of Siboney, and despite this company being dead, it gave people some good gains.
The company not dead if it trading.
Ah, no, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say
Different
that.
thing, that's my boss.
Yeah, the company is dead.
Company
The-
pretty dead.
yeah, the company is dead.
Like all them
But
about expenses.
yeah, I can't say I can't say it hanging on for dear life. The company is dead, and it
And the
has been
operations
dead
are just we're on this thing, we're keeping this thing doing whatever it's currently doing, which is not much. That
exactly.
they did. Working dead, but it did.
But the share price, it provided that big boost in middle of June, end of
Mm.
June, around the news of the buyout. Last week we actually touched on that, and I said anybody who is a earning season listener, anybody who is a earning season listener can go and listen to some more episodes where Dan and I talk about and talk about what we expect and what we think is going to happen and how it's gonna happen. And yeah, for me, I wouldn't do it for Siboney. No, I don't want to explain Siboney fully, but yet I agree it's a dead company. It is very clear the majority owners stated why it's still listed. Um, it being listed is its biggest attribute.
Value, yeah, nothing
Yeah,
that, it's really nothing there but that right now.
yeah. Well, maybe 1.5 things there. You look at the,
Yes.
yeah. There's a half bit of value in there that,
Indeed.
yeah. But outside of that, yeah. I mean, I hear you. What would you, Jared, call the fully done says stock of the year? Fully done says.
What's you find the criteria again? You find it?
Like based on the summary that Jason gave, like it just sounds like the stock that just started going up and just kept on going up and didn't stop for a decent amount of time.
Mm.
Yes, that's
And
right.
Yeah, that is right, but just adding the part where it dropped back down.
I create.
I yeah. Wow.
ooh, I don't know if I
Wow.
call I create that. I create ended the year up 100%.
Yeah, man, but you're talking about it go up, or drop back down. You want drop back down, but it dropped down. That was a pretty big disappointment. But that's fine. That's cool.
I think
Mm.
I got some for, but I think I going in the opposite direction. I like Jason fully duds.
I don't like the
But
fully done side here, but that drop
we
down
need a
bit at the end there
yeah,
makes it
throwing a loop.
changes things now. That makes JMB a prime candidate for me.
Fox.
The
I'm
Mine is
April
okay with
Fools,
that. I'm fully okay with that.
the April Fools move.
Brother.
That April Fools move where people decided that they were gonna hear what they wanted to
Buy back.
hear.
I don't know.
Oh
Imagine.
no! Right?
And
I'm
how the
gonna
price
know.
a drop, I guess the fundamental without setting it.
Mm.
no.
Let's start the year off with this too. Let's give a gift. Since we beat JMB up so much over the years, let me give a gift. If you're a JMB shareholder, you might want to ask them about ask them to consider doing a reverse stock split. Ask them to consider it. I say it again. Ask JMB to consider doing a reverse stock split. Still fundamental, doesn't change the fundamental value of the company, yada yada yada. Um, but yeah, let
Randy,
ask them it.
Randy, are you sure that would go over well based on previous AGMs?
Tapping on a.
I guess we'll find out.
I feel like they just turn it to my face once again, say I'm just having some non-fundamental thoughts in it.
I think they'd look up what a reverse stock split is first, and we know what a reverse stock split is. They do know what
Yeah.
it is, and I think just ask. It might be a possibility.
Well, my vote for this is the stock split that was not a stock split, which would be GHL.
Oh,
So last year,
the
What
nominal
year?
value award.
That wasn't last year though.
no, the
Yeah.
2021 that
I say go.
yeah man, massive
Yeah,
split, eh?
man.
Massey did.
Massey was there. Massey did split to that
Mm-hmm.
$100 level. GHL also split, but they split earlier and in a less fundamental manner. So rough. Bear in mind,
No.
you can still send a speaking request if you want. There's somebody who sent one early and my finger slipped. I don't remember the guy's name, but if you know this is you, feel free to send it back. And wow, the man from Japan is here.
Of a category.
Oh,
Oh,
go ahead, Dr. Bill.
yeah, man. Giant collaboration loading. Best one for the year. I have two nominees. Of course, the JP Panjam one,
Mm-hmm.
and I also looking for more information on this alternative energy deal that they seem to be that Leachin and Paul Simpson seem to be buzzing on
Mm.
about.
Mm-hmm.
A
Looking
business about
forward to
the hinting about nuclear,
yeah,
bringing nuclear to I'm hoping to Jamaica, give JPS some competition
yeah,
Or
that's something
or
interesting to
some
look
money.
for. Or some
or
money.
some.
Yeah. Anything have to be anything
I do all
any
the time.
alternative energy source has to
Tell
feed
Would
into the
people.
grid.
nuclear
That
count as does nuclear energy count as an alternative energy source, like a green energy source?
Technically, some people
And
yeah,
so
man.
and then
But
So
it's
it's
and
a
then
very
him
touchy
again.
topic.
it's
And then
renewable.
but then distribution as a problem as a thing there.
It's
Distribution
all
that
it's also
Jace
clean.
It's clean.
Yeah.
the thing name again, what name again? The what's the name? JPS have distribution. That might
Mm-hmm.
be a thing there. That might be where you see touch.
True.
I get you. Yeah.
So
Cause
they're the
Yeah. I can't
clean energy source.
and
And
they're
they need
the
to be distributed.
yeah, so they get the energy, but then JPS for send it out.
hmm,
Uh,
suppose they did an offshore nuclear rig that sits in right between that little triangular point between Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti,
What about it?
and generate enough power to bring it to all 3 points. That's 10 million people in Haiti that need it badly. 3 million in Jamaica that
You
would
just said
love the
nuclear and Cuba. Well, anyway, me realize that it has
3 million in yeah, there's a war coming, bro. Things are about to shift around.
Dr. Phil,
Anyway,
question. Question for Dr. Phil. Would a takeover qualify for this award? A possible takeover?
Who?
Would a possible takeover qualify for this award? Like say Dollar taking access. Could do that as
Oh,
collaboration.
that would be I like that. I like that. I like what you think here.
so that brings us to the big award that I was kind enough to have placed on the actual the actual flyer for this Brick Talk, the Dark Horse Award. So we can talk about that, the Dark Horse Award, because if you're thinking about, I think you really mean like the potential, right? The potential in terms of company and also for shareholders. So who would you give the Dark Horse Award to? I'm assuming that that's what you mean there, Jason, with the takeover and it providing some push. Because Phil said collaboration.
Mhm.
I mean, once I take over a company, you have no choice but to collaborate.
That's hilarious.
Well, Jason, that funny coming from you.
Oh
Very
my
funny.
God.
I wish that to know.
Once again, big up to the artist.
Folks.
Big up to the artist. Dark Horse Award. What would you give your Dark Horse Award for 2022 and potential Dark Horse for 2023?
MFS camp.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too.
MFS
For
camp
2022.
for
The camp.
2022. Okay, that's three people so far. I'm gonna ask the latest person who just jumped in. Sir Pickles, what's up?
You know what people are gonna say?
What no?
You don't know already, Danhai.
No,
Can't
no,
ask the
no, pick
car
someone else.
dog.
No, pick someone else.
I don't know
You
what you're
don't
gonna
know.
say. I don't know what you're
What?
gonna say. Surprise
I
me.
We
guess we
know the
guess
man
them
that's
now. Guess them up, Bust the cylinder, you see me?
Oh, so RPL.
No, no, no. No, no,
Zoom,
no, no,
zoom.
no. What Fesco boss, is it?
Okay. So Fesco is would you give it for 2022?
The rise was that rise in the summer there was really hitting on. But it and Spurtree, I think, did really well. In terms of which rise give you them again? Which one is this again?
All right.
Um,
I'm going. I'll split this in two. There's Dark Horse for 2022. So
mhm.
Dark Horse is kind of like we touched it a couple of times. We're
Yes,
getting some little
Spurtree was.
feedback.
Oh, me, I think it's me. Hold on, which oh.
Yeah, so Dark Horse for 2022, which almost everybody has touched on in some way or form. The stock that you never really expected to fly in the way that it did, give the gains that it did, or the company that you didn't expect to perform in the way that it did, and then it performed that way. So it doesn't have to just be the share price. Um, and I'd say also looking forward, so the company or the stock that you expect the most for 2023.
2023. I think ECL probably in a dark horse category for me.
ECL. Why?
Um, I guess a lot of the travel information that I am getting, and this is not a deep dive, so that I've dived in, but the general travel breakdowns that I'm seeing and the updates on areas of the Mobile airport and things like that, I feel like for 2023's projections and what's going to be reported throughout this time, I feel like there's some good traction there. Um, so, as I said, dark horse, I need a little bit more to put it in a different category. But yeah.
Well, let me help support your point. I help support everybody's point. They just opened the Mobe Lounge, which had been closed for a while. It was under construction, and I think it's now at the last bit of the wrap up, and it's open. I see videos from there. People very very happy. And they have the food in the Mobe Airport, right? All of the food. They're competing with themselves. Um, so and they're doing this at a time when we are now surpassing our 2019 tourism numbers,
Mm-hmm.
which means that, and Mobay Airport is our largest airport, so it means that they are seeing record numbers of tourists at this point in time when everything costs more in the world. So the money you make from 10 tourists in 2018, same 10 tourists in 2020, you make a good percentage more. I won't put a number on it here. Um, but yeah, so I like your point for ECL. You give them the dark horse award on your side. I'm not opposed to that.
You
Yeah,
know that story that you have about iCool back in the day that you used to tell on earning season? I guess
yeah,
that's kind of how I looking at it from yeah.
yeah. That's not a bad way to look at it.
My dark horse is JFP
Word. Why?
Before or after?
for
Whoa,
this
what
year.
the
For this
hell?
year. For this year.
For 2023, Sir Pickle said his dark horse is
Who
JFP.
echo that?
That's Sir Pickles.
Ja, ja.
Yeah, it's kind of loud. Uh,
It louder
let
than
me.
you. Like
Yeah. Sir Phil.
yeah, man. I do like the MFS pick for last year for 2022. And I won't necessarily say the darkest horse, but I think there's a lot coming for tropical this year.
Mm.
Um, they've been raising a lot of money.
Mm.
Like you hear about the $250 million bond, yes, which an article came out must say last week about, and there's that has been spoken about in their MD&As. But if you actually look in the financials, in the audited financials, they raised money debt. Um, they've already raised I think it's 200 mil from CIBC in the middle of last year, like in June, and along with CAC, they have a $250 million facility that they can draw on for Innovate. I think they draw down 50 million already,
From FCIB.
and
them them draw down 50 million.
50 million and nothing for them draw down.
I wouldn't say that, but all right.
Yeah, well,
I mean, they have to pay it, but all right.
yes, it's debt that they have to pay back. But in terms of what they are doing with all this money, they did say that they're going to do an acquisition, and they are closing on that acquisition. I don't know if they said when they're closing on it, but they said they're closing the bond this month. So I
This
think
month being
they
January 2023.
January 2023,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And they're doing a lot apart from expanding their RSA core business. They have gone into solar and accessories for solar.
Mm.
So I think they have a lot coming with the construction boom, with the 2030 commitment to X amount of renewable energy being used. They're at the forefront as an energy storage company.
Well, and they're also linked to PJX, who is
Yes, yes,
linked
sir.
to energy companies all over the region,
All over the region, huge ones.
including in Damrep.
Yeah, into
Yes,
energy
sir.
and rep.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Fundamentally, I'm sure we'll soon find out. And yeah, I like that one, Sir Phil. I'm happy. I like that one. I don't think a lot of
Yeah,
people
man.
are
Yeah,
paying
it's been under
attention
the
to it just
radar. That's
yet.
the
Yeah,
thing. Yeah, it's been under the
that
radar.
that's a true dark horse.
I don't know, it's like a bump and then it's been quiet.
Yeah, that's a true dark horse. Uh, Sir Yard.
Sorry, not to run back on Fesco, Randy. Um, they just raised,
Speaking of
just them
energy.
disclosed the corporate bond, 700 million 5 year, that they secured from NCB. Still trying to go into the market, the LPG market. So
700 mil, sir.
700 mil, sir. 700 million, as I said.
5 years, 700 mil.
Yeah. After raising a billion the other day in 2022 to
Mm-hmm.
2021, sorry. So look like the significant investment to try and get this LPG running. So looking for great things
Mm.
this year.
Why they never just buy a good chunk of RPL?
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay. I mean, I hear that once you own a shares in a company, you can just tell them what to do, right? Right, Jason?
Have to collaborate.
Oh boy, Jason, what's yours for 2023?
Oh, dark horse, MFS cap.
MFS cap. Why?
Love that.
Wow. I'd say potential raise, acquisition of the already map out for you.
The Mafuta acquisition.
Yeah, man, until we reach GMC, by certain quarter, so the acquisition will be complete.
Not just at AGM. They had a
Entire JC release.
Ah, yes, that too.
You know how it come on. They hit it in words.
Exactly. Forget that.
They hit it in the in
Behind reading.
lettering and
You know, to think about everything with time, I think that clip on the Boondocks.
no, then I which clip?
I'll say it. Yeah, if that's what you
If
want.
that's what you want.
Yeah, the
Wow,
ECL.
my
That's
God,
where
I
you
think
come
so.
from that one, and
Sorry. Everpes, who have not asked yet? Lopo, asked you already?
For that cause, man, I say easy.
ECL, okay, and yeah, and by the anybody, I mean we're almost close to wrapping up, but if you want to jump on, if you want to say anything, if you want to give us some last topics or whatever, now is the chance. Send a speaking request and let's hear it or hear your questions or anything you want. I think it's a good vibe. So jump on if you want to send a speaking request if interested. Uh, yeah, Lopo, yours for the year. Did you say it already too?
Yeah, ECL.
Sorry, not Lopo. Yard.
Yeah.
I hadn't picked one yet.
Oh, that's all right. Well, in the meantime, let me hear what Drew Dunn is saying. Drew Dunn had joined earlier and gotten accidentally knocked off. Drew Dunn, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, greetings, Randy and other gentlemen.
Happy New Year, sir.
That's a good
What
boss.
you have a topic for us?
Well, before that, I wanted to ask if there's any more gross slots available.
Of course, www.everymickle.com/GRWR.
Yeah, man, I'm on this site. I just want to know before I go purchase it.
Is there any slots available? What do you mean?
All right,
When
respect.
it says slots available, what do you mean?
Because I thought it was like a cap, like say 30 persons per session or
Oh
something like
no, what's capped is the gross subscribers group.
that.
When that hits that number, they're actually cleaned that up recently. So there's some slots there. I think there at this point I'm gonna say there are 19 slots there. When the 19 done, them done. Unless somebody leaves. When the 19 done, them done.
Or
Uh,
somebody sell them slot.
or if somebody chooses to sell them slot, that's value on top of value.
Do you get
Uh, say that
continue
again.
that what I was saying? Do
I
you
can sell my rights.
Do you get into the subscriber group after you've done both gross sessions, or that's a different subscription thing?
No, the subscription is a subscription. It's the same price though. Here's what you can do. You can sign up for the subscription, and for the very first month, the Grow subscription comes with advanced Grow included every month. But
Uh,
since you haven't done Grow yet, for your very first month, you would do beginner Grow. So if you sign up for one of the subscription slots now, that would be smart. You get a bunch of discounts, including to My Money JA and to Danai. Um, if you sign up for one of the slots, you still get to do beginner Grow this month,
okay,
and you're also in the group, and you're in the group from early.
okay. So what else I would have there?
On the same website. Just click store and you'll see the Grow subscription there.
Yeah, grow grad subscription. Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, all right then. All right.
That's
So
what
yeah.
you wanted to ask about.
So you guess that it makes it okay. So it makes sense to do this 15 of 10%. Okay, okay. All
Man, I
right.
max it up, do it, yes.
Yeah, man, I like that. Yeah, I like that. Measure the value for yourself, brother. If it don't make sense, don't do it. If it makes sense, do it.
All right, cool. All right, thanks. So, me start this out after the call, all right, tomorrow.
No problem. As long as nobody no run ahead of you. But in the meantime, though, tell me about your topics.
Well, I'm not that clearly. If I'm asking about this, I'm not that advanced like you guys to be talking about these um different titles, different awards, because I wouldn't know the market like that. You understand
You know
me?
what I love? I
Yeah.
love the fact that I think maybe with the exception of Danai, every single person on this call, I have told at one point or another that people are gonna look on you and say that you're an expert at the market and they're not at your level. Every single one of them, I've said that. All of them have said that to me. What you just said. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not at that level yet. I think only Danai. Everybody else has said that, and
Let me
I've said
Facts.
to
let me
them that
step down so you can be accurate in what you're saying. Let me
I've
step down.
never told you that people look at you as an expert.
No.
I don't believe.
My apologies, sir, but people look on you as an expert.
Fox.
You told me.
Um,
People think people say no, I'm not as advanced as like Yared who is doing them thing, and the secret is you just don't tell people what them doing is advanced. Them don't know. You
And
hear
not that long ago, I was saying, yo, me no advance like
Phil
like
and the
like
Phil
magic.
Phil.
and Jerry.
Yeah, and I remember when Phil was saying it, and I said, Phil, just wait, you'll see. This thing is as long as you're always open to learning and constantly learning.
yeah,
After a while, people think that you are an expert, and it don't matter. That don't matter. It's just what matters is what you can do and what you can't do, and keep learning to reduce what you can't do.
yeah. But despite you mentioned reduce what you can do, I probably talk about my learnings and pitfall since I started investment journey, I guess.
Okay. What would you give your greatest learning award to?
All right, so I started in May of last year.
Mm-hmm.
I would say learn, and let me kind of explain that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so alright, I use my money J too, so
Oh,
that
smart. You're ahead of the curve.
that, yeah, would be good for me to unlock the good features them. All right, so boom. But in a August, me that made learn zine and because I read through the prospectus and I really like it and so forth. So
Respect that.
I was
You read
looking.
through the prospectus after them IPO?
Yes, because remember I wouldn't have been in the market when they IPO'd.
Yeah, man. No, nothing wrong with that. I respect that.
Okay,
That
okay.
I
This
like
man say
that.
I'm a beginner.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
man.
That's sharp already. A lot of
Don't
people
like
miss out
Tom.
because them don't do that.
So I said, all right. In July they had dropped to like in the, this was my thinking in August going into September. So I was looking at like the lowest lows, which was in July, it was like 217, and I was
Mm-hmm.
like, if it dropped anywhere near to that, I will get in, and I would try it. So I say, I like a trial and error. I would just try get in, make a 15% off that by to see this as possible by December. So
Mm-hmm.
all right, if I got in September at around 224 somewhere there around middle of September. So then I was all right. If many if make 15%, many if you reach to around 250 something or 260 something. I don't remember exactly what it was, right? So um I reached I saw it appreciate to around two. I think it was 260 something right after I take the fees into consideration.
Okay.
So I
This is
think
still in August.
no, we're in September.
Okay.
He's a beginner talking about taking his fees into consideration.
Yeah, can understand. Say if you pay for something, you need to count
You
all the
must
money you pay for
exactly.
the thing.
Fox.
Yeah,
Yeah,
GC
Just
in
make
give
sense.
count. Yeah.
in August I was watching it. In September was when I bought it, mid September, right?
Okay.
So
When
then
it came back
now
down close to 217 again.
yeah, yes, it dropped to 217, but I think I bought some at around 224, 223, somewhere there, right?
Okay.
So I'm saying, all right, 15% will carry me to around too much, 250, 260 something, low 260, high 250s, right? So
Okay.
I got there in I think it was the Friday. It was like the 30th of September, or the 1st of August, or the 3rd of August, somewhere, one of those days.
August or
Sorry, October,
October.
October, my bad. Right. So I got there and I was gonna jump up, but at that time I think I was talking to my mother. So I was saying,
Mm-hmm.
Mommy, so I'm gonna find this like my Christopher Columbus. We'll find out about this stock market thing where we can work, I'm like, explain to her. So like may I try break it down as simple as possible to her. May I say,
Mm-hmm.
like when you go to the market and if you have whole heap of buyers and few sellers, then the buyers have more say, and if there's a lot of sellers, then um, then sorry, the sellers have more say, sorry. And if it's a lot of sellers and few buyers, then the buyers have more say. So it's like after explaining to her using that analogy, I went back into I went into I used JMB, went in
Mm-hmm.
JMB, look at it, and I was scrolling through the queue. I just was just doing it, just looking through it and see what's going on. No end game in mind, end goal in mind. So, but that same analogy I used to my mother about the many buyers and stuff for it, I realized that there are a lot of people still left in that JMMB in the queue and JMMB. So I was
Mm-hmm.
like, this probably means something. It probably means some more people that there's still a demand for it because I did econ in as well in university, so I kind of understood demand and supply. So I
Mm-hmm.
said, all right, you know what? I'm gonna stay in there in the trade a little bit longer, and then I think I'd come on the on Brick Talk and in summer, and I asked I had said something kind of you and Randy did like point me in a direction where
Danai.
No
point
man,
me,
right there, Randy man.
Yeah.
point me in a direction where I think I was talking about TJH. And you guys like it was so simple, but I don't know if person saw what you guys are doing, but I was taking it. You understand me? Like you guys said Google, like for example, TJH Observer, TJH Gleaner, and just look at the news and what was happening. So I say, you know what? I may do that too because I see something them one year. So by the time I Google learn, my sister they had the 250, it was 250 or 200 mil loan from Mayberry. Somebody
Mm-hmm.
else say, okay, I probably this I cause a little run up. You see me? Somebody say, all right. That was like October 3rd. Someone said,
Mm-hmm.
if I wait it out just probably a few more days till everybody see what go on, and then the buy queue would have start drop. Someone said, all right, I'm wait till next day. It run up, make exit at around 20%, 5% more than what I was going in for. So that was my like meds made a whole. I don't know if everything, if it was calculated or guesstimated correctly, but that was like my big learning from learning. I learned a lot of stuff, right? Oh, big learning from learning. Anyways, yeah, I learned some stuff from there.
Big, no, big up youth. Right, that's a great play.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Danai?
Mm-hmm.
Last year there was a conversation we had on here with somebody, and they said they had a method. And we
Mm-hmm.
asked them to explain the method, and I said it was accidental profit. It was obvious that it didn't hook together. It was accidental profit. Um, and I think about how offended they got that we said it's accidental
Yeah,
profit.
okay, continue. Mm-hmm.
Compare that to what you just hear from this guy, which is still, by the way, accidental
Accidental
profit.
profit,
Yeah, but
but it's more thought out.
and
And
he knows it's not. Sorry to talk about you like you're not here.
oh yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
boss. But
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry, sorry about
it's
that.
not like you're going around the fact that okay, I'm not so clear on this. The thing I took from here, so what I'm doing here, and not it might not be the real thing or whatever. And even after all I done, okay, this is what happened. This is what I did. It worked out this way. So I'm not so sure on certain things. I mean, the admittance of yo, yeah, it's open.
That
But then it's the usual when you turn expert in a brother, you can't stop being an expert in it. I've seen that as the thing that has hurt most people. You can't you're right and you can never wrong again, or you can never be wrong about the things you're right about, right?
Well,
Outcome.
an award ceremony, I'll give you no flowers that the conversations we have here every week and the target to people at the base level that show to me that that the fact that we can glean value from each other wherever anybody is at is powerful, bro. So
That's a life, you know.
yeah,
That's a life.
yeah,
If you can't if you can't do that in any aspect of your life, then somewhere wrong.
yeah,
True.
yeah. Geez, sorry. Drew,
Yeah.
Big up. You actually ended with a question. You're asking if it was deliberate or not.
No, so I was asking, I ended by saying, yeah, I'm not sure if what I did was like, or if the metrics, like the litmus test I used was like, actually correct in like in the fundamental guidelines of how I can um do this again, like can follow the same guidelines to get this again. So that's why I initially, the first thing I asked was about grow, because like I want to just have a litmus test, some metrics I can use and say, all right, look at this bomb, this test pass, this test pass, this test pass, all right, I can do this here. So you get me?
I think in a good amount of ways you were doing it with display, but in a good amount of ways you were not. And I understand where you're coming from in terms of how you're looking for me to a good amount. So I give some props for the in between there. So, but yeah, I think you want it's a good amount you want to tighten up on some of the assumptions you make, and then
Yeah,
some of the thing there. Some of when you're looking forward, how clear you are on something, and then you're
Hmm.
acting on the basis that I don't really know still.
yeah,
That
And then
that
you
to me,
say
I think, is
15. Yeah, a good
so
amount
annoying.
yeah. But
The fact that you don't know and you say you
you
don't
don't
know,
know. That's
and
a
you said
biggie.
it when you're acting. So for
Yes.
okay, sorry to
Oh yeah, yeah,
finish
yeah,
what you're
yeah.
saying, Danai. Finish
No,
what
no,
you're
no,
saying.
I agree. Continue.
Well, the thing that stood out for me in what you said, specific to what you were saying, Drew, is that move. I don't know if you noticed, I was following along. Well, maybe not seeing, but I was following along on the
yeah.
chart on my
Watching
monthly
on
thing.
YouTube, but I have you muted on YouTube.
Okay, great. So there's a lag, but you can see I was following along.
Yeah,
Here's a little secret, right? When people come on and they I won't say that they lie, but maybe they embellish what really happens. It's very hard to lie to me, or I think to anybody who actually knows the market,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not a guessing game. It's what happened is there.
Yes.
So like you notice, as you said where you were, as you said where you bought, like I was already looking on the chart at that section,
yeah,
and then I'd already moved ahead to where, based on your percentage growth, where you must have sold if you sold when you first hit it. But I'm not saying anything. I'm listening to you. I'm impressed that you do it, but I want to be very, very clear. It is accidental profit, but I rate how you did it, the points around how you did it, especially like with the loan, the
yeah.
loan, the loan that they got, and how people might be excited about that. No, that is probably the first. That's the biggest red flag for me, is that I'd ask, how did you know that you'd be able to sell it a day or two later?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing I didn't know.
I mean, you sort of said it to you. Look at the thing and
Hold
it's
on. You see that I didn't know?
mm-hmm.
That is
Remember,
what's gonna make you very powerful.
remember
Yes.
I had said that when I saw it, when I was in the queue and I was about to sell, I just googled um learn,
Hmm.
like learn observer, learn gleaner, and
Hmm.
just try to see the news, and then that's when I saw the loan thing, and that's when I hold off on selling it at that point. Yeah.
Bro, you are much better invested than than you might think you are already.
Yep.
You are a much better investor than you might think you are. And like for me, if anybody else had told me this story, the thing I would be working to do is to get them to understand and admit to themselves that they never really know that this was gonna happen over this 2 days here. You start off by telling me that I did it, but you never really know. You did the right thing all the way through. That's what I say. You did the right thing all the way through, including knowing that I'm not really sure if that's what I'm doing. And then you sold. That's another thing that most new people struggle with. You
Mm-hmm.
actually sold. You saw the profit you wanted.
He was making a plan around it too. Like, oh,
Yeah,
exactly. You see, oh gosh.
he saw the profit he wanted, got more than what he wanted, and didn't go, well, it went up more, so maybe it can go up more. Just tell me, when you're doing grow, just tell me, just remind me that you are the person who told me this.
All right, boss.
Yeah, yeah, but as long as you keep that attitude, you will make it as far as you want to make it on the market.
Well, me have to do it, me have certain targets more hit by the end of the year.
Yeah, that me like here, brother. Yes, do if you can do the grow in January. And if you can sign up for the subscription, and what you'll do is you'll get the group for at least a month. If you don't like it, if you don't want it, you can cancel. At least you'd have gotten it for a month.
So
But
next month there gonna be an advanced grow.
yeah, they are advanced grow every single month. So as long
Okay.
as you're a subscriber, you get included in that every single month. But if you sign up for the subscription this month, you get into the group, but you'll do beginner grow this month.
Yeah, man. I gotta do I gotta sign up for
That
the grow.
big up you, brother. I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Cause you see things, it's like me really just want to have like a litmus test, something we can look on and I say, alright, it'll meet this, this I get past, this I get past, this I get past. So we can know say, alright, this is a good buy right now. We can come out like more often know say, alright, we can look and say February, this one I go buy, we can come out by May. Or we can
Deliberate profit.
come out by August. Repeat?
Deliberate profit.
Yeah. I understand. So that's how we more each.
Well,
So from my experience, I did my first grower. I did beginner grower in a 2020, and if me did do what you're talking about, if me did get the grad subscription from them time, they blow.
yeah,
I would have,
yeah,
yo,
yeah,
no, yeah, did the right thing, bro. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah, did the right thing, man. Jano.
Big up you, big up you, big up you. I am impressed. Come, yeah, I'm impressed. Um, that
Uh,
is a hell of an award. So you're saying that's what you gave as your best lesson award. What was your best pitfall award?
yeah,
Because you
and
mentioned both.
and the worst thing now,
Yeah, a
she
worst pitfall.
about it.
Sorry.
Worst thing now is so boom. Um, Channel I create one. It's
I'm
like
actually scrolling down to iCreate. Like my nose say, my nose say it must be
Funny.
that. So if you tell me follow the news, it was either going to be iCreate or Dollar.
me not, alright, me they get in dollar at the IPO, and once me make I think we make 100% profit, me just sell it and call it a day.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right.
Because
Congrats.
me, like since I get in, since I start the investment in me, I go into every IPO. I just throw like a 10 grand and all them, and whatever I get. And when it reach 100%, me sell it and that's it. Me not stress about over it.
Say that
Yeah.
again.
So you still have RPO then.
Oh yeah, no RPL. When me say I'm tell you with RPL now, what was the one before RPL again?
One on one.
One on one.
Right. So when I want teach me a lesson, I say, I can't get to 100. I think me that I get the same thing I get $1. I'm say one on one must go. One on one never that climb like that was some end up sell one on one. I don't remember it was how much, but I know I never get what I expected to sell it at, right? So I say,
Hmm.
all right. So that's what happened with one on one. I miss RPL come and say, so I'm now upon 100% though. I just go because I had intended to give my sister some money. So I say, you know what? I just throw the money in the fund, the RPL. Whatever I get out of it, I give it to her. On top of what I was gonna give her. You get me? So I think I got it at 70%. I sold RPL for alignment, not 70, probably 60 or 50%, somewhere there. So I make like 5 or 6 grand on top of it, and just give her that plus the 10 grand. So it wasn't. So I wasn't too sweating it. Yeah. Um. Yeah. With what name now? With I create. So it's a while. When I look on I create still. So the information and my recalling might have some inaccuracies, but
Hmm.
um. So I think. Yeah, so in July, not July, it was July or June. It was June. Um, when when iCreate was running up, everybody talk about it. Some go look at the prospectus and not the prospectus. 'Cause I don't think the prospectus would have that. It wasn't the prospectus. It was some news about some some things that they were doing, and then some news came out about visual vibe, whenever that news came out, I don't remember it was when, but whenever that news came out, it was when I said, all right,
What month? What month was this?
I can't remember it was which month the news came out. I feel like it was August or July,
Okay.
August. But
Okay.
when the visual vibes news came out, I think that was when I don't remember. I'm not sure if when it came out was when I heard it. But
Mm.
yeah, whatever the situation was though. And I said, all right. I create run up after some news, so I said, all right, we can probably get in upon this. But I think we did kind of too edgy and go jump and jump in without properly melt out everything because when I jump in I still bought it at a high. I bought it at let me tell you, I go up and got a portfolio and I might create my my money. Yeah. My I created a row now at average cost of 480.
Ooh.
Jaja.
480 and I say, and it's like is out and then I say, alright, the visual vibe. What that means the visual vibe now me I say vibe is the billboard and thing and me I look at mess and me I say them have come some good look some good locations and the one in halfway tree and so forth and me I recall from when it was from from when Olympics and World Cup and them things they are going, yes, so they normally show them things on the TV and so forth. So me,
Mm.
to myself, me I say, probably this is a little way for visual vibes really make some money, but me never too delve down into the details like that. You understand? Which me wish me did do. But I was just going off what my observation and things I see are going. So that is why I bought it with the hope that visual vibes would have carry them to a level at over 5. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? So that was
But
my
that was
biggest,
just your hope, and that was
yeah.
in it's a late July, early August.
Well, and so if I click on the I create, it can tell me when I bought it because I put it there.
That
Trade
is
day,
true.
right? The 27th of the 7th. The 27th of July. That was when I bought I create.
Mm. 27th of July.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, damn.
Yeah, man. So right now I'm down by how much? 63.3%.
Oh yes, then Lord give me strength.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
That's all
yeah,
Wow.
I can.
so
Wow.
Jaja.
so that was my pitfall. I'm learning from that. Do my
Yeah.
research and stop and don't go after the hype and the crowd. I mean, I have to get in before the crowd. So that's how I'm want to get in before the crowd.
Boy, here's what I'm thinking now. I'm wondering, like, I've seen the general time it takes for somebody to get from boy, I'm not as skilled as Phil and them people to striking if they want to strike, or at least being competent and investing in whatever way they want. It doesn't have to be as aggressively as you are going about it or as other people think other people are going about it.
Mm.
I'm wondering how quickly somebody can get good. Because you're already saying things that it oftentimes take me months to get people to understand. You know how long it take people to learn that them have to sell things?
Oh yes.
Yeah, cause like I had to when my virgin man tell him say me this stock thing and he must say dog so we don't want to sell this. I say virgin if you not sell it I get a profit. And he say want hold on to it. I say yo you can do what you want but me I sell this when we reach my profit.
Do you know how hard I have to work to get people to know that they're supposed to do that?
No.
You don't need to know. Keep going. No matter what you do by the end of this year, if you keep it up, you're going to be deadly. Are you investing the kind of money where you can still play IPOs?
Mhm. No
Mm.
flirting. Damn.
Did you invest in the Mayberry bond?
Alright, no, I did not
This is
invest
my new
in Mayberry.
purchase.
Hold that.
Accident, sorry.
No, I did not invest in Mayberry bond, right? So, but why I did invest in it, right? So, at the time, I never have the enough money to put in Mayberry bond. What I wanted to do, well, what I did with the money instead of putting Mayberry bond, I wanted to get back in to learn. So it the dip again in the last week of 2022,
Mm-hmm.
and I bought some lens, but I never invest in the Mayberry bond. Was
Okay.
thinking
What?
about
Mm-hmm.
can I repeat?
No, no, no. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. At the time when Mayberry bond came out, I didn't really know exactly how bonds work, whether they could be traded on the market or not, and so forth. So at the time, I think I was just like, this will give me the 9.25%. If I invest in tranche, is tranche one? That's the one.
The 12% tranche, the big one, the biggest percent.
Well, no, tranche three then, the 9.25 one. So I
Okay.
never know if it could be traded or not. So I didn't know if the value would appreciate over time. So I was left it there. I think I did end up research it and find out that it could be traded, or I think it was on a brick talk. You're right.
It's
It
like
said
it's on a
that
big talk.
Yeah.
yes, that it could be traded. So I think at that time I did don't put the money in and learn, but yeah, when I mind if you shed, if I could have learned more about the bond thing too, and I can see how it's beneficial to me.
Well, you might get the chance, but I just wondered why, if you hadn't, if you hadn't, it's not. I just wanted to hear what you see it from your new, fresh perspective.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was more so a lack of knowledge and what I understood more. So
Hmm.
I put my money there. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Damn. Uh, you hearing that?
Yeah, man, I'm impressed. And
Yeah.
it's beginners talk and stop themselves.
Hmm.
You're not really getting much of that. You just say, okay, it just the most I'm getting is, cool, I never really understand that to that level, or I don't really get this, but this happen. Yeah, so I properly impressed, man. Keep doing it. Trust me, you're going to learn a lot more and you're going to see a lot more. And the money must come on top of that.
Why? When it come, I go sleep and dream about that day when I start see it a flow, man.
You're gonna
So,
look back and be surprised.
from the first, I'm gonna tell you, from the first thing, the first money maker is on dollar. Must the money coming, me I say, yo, no, so it's coming like free money. I said, more level up, man. Me have to level up, you know.
Yeah, I tell you also, I like the fact that you're thinking about where you've gone wrong, where you've gotten burned. Like you
I had the
mentioned,
fact he's thinking that I need a process because I need to be getting in early. Nobody,
yeah,
that's not that typical. It's a common sense thing that many people just don't do for some reason.
yep. So many people start off with it's almost like them think it's a scam, but the idea is to get in quick and get out early. You know, how many
No,
people think that
the man had a percentage profit he wanted from something.
minus
When him say
fees.
15% or 20%, 15% in the one and get 20 on the learn. He
Yeah.
knew where he wanted to get profit from.
Damn.
That's not planning here the typical beginner with.
Just keep it up, brother. Just keep it up. Yeah,
Yeah, man, must develop.
yeah, you are way ahead
Yep.
of where most people start out and where most people work and still don't get to it. I wonder if you say you did econ in school.
You're breaking up. You said you did what?
Econ.
You said you did econ in
I
school.
Yeah, so I did I did computer science. I finished computer science this year, but I also did some econ electives.
Mm.
Econ one and two. Yeah.
But you did computer science.
Yeah, I did computer
No,
science.
the come say I'll give more. I even said it this week on how comes that people see this thing and they realize one of the first things they realize I need a process. I need to actually be able to test what is working and what is not.
Yeah, because
Come say engineer, you guys always have that idea and
The richest, yeah,
it
the
makes
richest people on the
sense.
market are engineers.
Yeah,
Yep.
them kind of wire them wire your brain to think problem solving, analytical. Every day I get up to work, I think I solving problems, being efficient, things like that. So your brain kind of just wired that way.
And the
You
first
think?
time you big us up, so then I was so I take it.
Them
No, no,
logical.
I learned a lot. I learned a lot in ComSci, but I never learned those things in ComSci. I was great at ComSci for those things.
Mm,
Wow.
yeah, but no.
Like,
Is the logic? Is the logic?
in my degree, like first year, some ComSci courses, and I almost switched because I was enjoying the newness and the learning of it better than the maths.
Damn.
And you
So,
love the maths.
Damn.
The maths is
And
boring.
damn.
ComSci was a new and the way I approach it like that, trust me, was a big deal. So that is something I see engineers and ComSci people take. I mean, ComSci people are engineers. They take to the stock market, to investing generally.
Yeah, that's funny because it's opposite for me. I was doing my comp sci degree and I was just mashing up the maths. of the
Most
comp.
ComSci people, most ComSci people fail the maths,
Really?
and
Maybe at
it's
first.
it's like the intersection maths that they get, and to me, it often shows me who's a natural at ComSci, or the natural at the things that make people good at ComSci, if they can grasp that math, and of course the teacher and all that matters. But if I think it's if in my mind, if that math is taught well, then ComSci and the person just naturally gets to understand how that flows, then I
Mhm.
think that person is just a natural, like a talent that comes out in that way.
Wait. Oh, maybe maybe it's a UE thing. Okay. They don't the
Really,
math the,
I
the
don't know
math
about
in
it. I don't know
ComSci
about.
isn't
I don't
hard
know.
at UE.
Is
repeat.
what?
The math in ComSci at UE isn't hard. Isn't difficult.
Yes,
I
yes, it is.
I don't think it's difficult.
I mean, there is someone like a maths man, you know, so he might
No,
say
yeah,
that, of course.
you can't trust. I'm ignoring completely his opinion on
Yeah,
it.
man.
I need an independent third party.
Some people tell me it's difficult. Yes,
Yeah,
so I'm
it's
saying if the
difficult
person if a
because
person new to maths do that, and they say a ComSci person, the people that do well at that early out, I always find them the way they think about things to be interesting.
I do have a lot of experience with UA comp sci people, so maybe that's my disconnect. I don't know what you're talking about. Like me
You
never
will
but
come to
no.
people and I hear you take come to people here complain about it's the same maths like the introductory in the first class start come side these math courses are pretty similar.
yeah, you do pre-cal, you do cal, you do pre-cal cal statistics and you do
Them
discrete.
ones. Them thing there.
And then, well, okay, I'm just thinking like at UTech, they're pretty much the engineering math courses right to the degree.
Mm.
Like it's difficult to avoid it.
I think that's the right way to do it. But in there, I think UA is first year and them with heavy math course at MKRD with more than so.
Well, yeah, that
Heavy.
course is
I don't
usually
think it's
kind
heavy.
of.
I don't.
No, it's not heavy person, but you use it to like weed out a lot of the students. A lot of people fail that course and then just.
Yeah, man. You
yeah,
say nah. I do
yeah,
that.
that's it. Yeah, for real. It's not that heavy. It's just that yeah, that's it. Weed out, and then second year you do discrete math, so which more applied, more focused
Mhm.
to programming and stuff like
Wow, wow. But thank you for I'm
So
very
you will
happy that
get
you
way.
sent the speaking request. Yeah, you get where apparently.
It's not you
Um,
think I do it right then.
maybe I don't know. Not that people at UTech don't have the same experience. I mean, I
No,
have the
that's I
same
think. I know. I
experience.
think I didn't. You say carry, avoid the math throughout, and it gets harder and all that. I
Yeah,
was
it
saying
does.
that's one of the right way to be doing it. So
It
I
work
don't
out.
I'm not teach anything there.
I met Swaby because we both failed a math course early at UTech, and we were both in the same redo of it. I guess it worked out.
That's
Indeed.
hilarious.
Yeah, I guess it worked out.
I guess if I did fail the maths course, then I could have par with enough.
Well, who knows? Eventually, we both learned, so it really worked out. Oh my God. Yeah. Um, um, I wanted to end with the last thing, and it's something I wanted to show, but I don't have the numbers 100%. But I'm gonna do it anyway because it's late, and I said I'd do it. So
and right for your end, you hearing me?
yeah, man, I'm hearing you fine. Go ahead.
For the for the beginner girl, Are the class gonna be recorded so I can watch it again, or what?
I'm, I'm afraid not. No, it's a class. Think of it like a workshop that you go to.
Oh, it's an
Like you,
in-person thing.
no, it's not in person, but
Oh, okay.
it's streaming, but it's all day and it's actually live. It's a live stream like this, but one on one, like Zoom stuff.
All right then. So many
Yeah,
if my brain is active that day. There. All right.
yeah. I mean, just pay attention and ask any questions you have. Ask all the questions you have. It's not a. There's a lot of information, but I encourage questions. So
Yeah, man.
yeah, man, ask every single question you have.
All right,
Wow.
but
By the way, Randy, there's a part two to my tweet. Also, somebody said best share buyback of the year. I give it to JMB April 1st.
Back of the class.
You are there till 3 o'clock in the morning, but there's a new
Right,
I mean,
right.
part two can run through.
Go ahead
Yeah,
and tell the people your part
it's
two,
pretty easy
man.
to run through. It didn't happen, so that's fine. No buyback.
Yeah, yeah. No buyback. Why was the best buyback? Let me hear the rest. Let me hear the rest.
So first one from part two was split of the year. Must split twice, right? I emoji.
all right. Must split twice. Split of the
Hmm.
year is fast switch. That's my vote. We have two to choose.
He said split is faster. He said, Massey, is his
No,
follow.
no, man. Apologies for me still. No, that was a joke.
No, it's good. It's supposed to be a joke. I like it. Hottest bun of the year.
Jesus.
Teacher strike.
Big up teacher strike. And
No, if me did someone wanted us know.
Teacher Striker tweeted that she's on a date right now. I hope her date not hearing this.
That's funny. Jaja.
Big up
They
The
say
Miss.
CEO.
next thing he's a listener too. I'm gonna hear
Oh
this.
God, the CEO of the year.
we already did that one, I think.
Okay, best
Yeah.
private equity player of the year.
Let's see
First
us
up,
money
private
there.
equity. What?
Uh, First rock for you. Anybody have any alternatives
The
or any
equity.
alter the equity moves
Yeah.
Private equity player of the year. Of the year. Of the year. Of
of
the
the
year. Of
year?
the year.
Hmm. I'm going to give it to GK, the Faster Horse Award. I'll give it to GK. I'll tell you why.
It was convertible debts.
Two, both, yes, the two pieces. One is the convertible debt that they've done a few times now to make it popularized.
Mm-hmm.
In this industry, it would appear that somebody innovative has to do something for everybody to follow it. And I like that GK is doing that, so people follow it. And also, there's a thing that numbers nerd than I would know. There's no such number as two, right? Meaning something can happen one time, but if it can happen another time, then it's repeatable and
Yes.
right. The first one would be when First Rock did what they did with Dollar, because under the junior market rules, you look on the face of it. One of the requirements is that you can't, the company that's listing can't be an associate or a subsidiary of a listed company, of a company listed on the
Main
main
market.
market of
Yeah.
any
Any
exchange around the
exchange.
world. And then First Rock made a move with Dollar that allowed Dollar to no longer be um, their subsidiary, which is what it was. If you check that,
Mm-hmm.
or you check the reports when they bought it, it was their subsidiary,
Mm-hmm.
and by the time 2022 came along, it was no longer their subsidiary. They had made a move that caused it to no longer be their subsidiary. That's the first
Mm-hmm.
time it happened. GK did the same thing, in
First
my
time happened?
view.
What do you mean?
I'm thinking, when did it didn't happen technically in
We
2021?
put a man like Lumber and Blue Power.
That is true.
Give the neighbor them props, bro.
That is true. I should give Mayberry the props. So hold on, Blue Power is on the junior,
Yes.
and
Yes.
the conversation was
Okay, I see what you mean. My
yeah.
thing is one will graduate and one will be in graduation in graduation mode and will be able to graduate. I won't have that as a problem. So that's why I was considering them here.
Yeah, well, yeah. I'm deliberately not going into the technicalities of it. I going on the
The
straight
actual
surface.
happening of the thing.
Yeah,
Big
the
up I
actual
create.
happening of the
Okay.
thing. Yeah. Why I call GK the second move is that even though it might even have happened before, why I call GK the second move with Spurtree. Is it Spurtree? It's Spurtree that they did the GK investments move with,
Mm-hmm.
which
Convertible debt.
is
Yeah.
not just a convertible debt, but the fact that GK investments is not GK
Yes.
and not a subsidiary of GK, and so Spurtree would not
The
be
GK's investment is not a what?
GK Investments is a subsidiary of GK.
No, so?
Yeah.
Good, are they?
Yes.
You sure?
I'm checking no right now.
Like First Rock Private Equity is not a subsidiary
Yeah,
of
man, but a different ball
First
game.
Rock. Is it a different ballgame? The concept behind
It
it
is
is
what it
that
isn't. It isn't what it. Why
that's
I
the
say different?
concept.
Why I want to say different ball game? It's the same thing, but I don't know. I'm checking.
But it's done in a way to ensure that the law is followed, but they've found a loophole, which
What's the
we
loophole?
know.
How much thing there? How much? Wait, are they associates of GK? How much are they
That's a good
associates of GK
question.
Investments? How much?
I
How much?
don't know.
Spurtree is 20% owned by GK Investments. No, is it?
Uh, you tell me. Hold on. You tell me.
I'm checking.
While
I'm
I'm
checking.
while I'm bringing up my money JA the GK
That's
the GK
also what
info.
I'm doing. Spurtree. Okay.
Hold on. When First Rock listed on the market, that that
Mm-hmm.
that Capital Holdings or something Holdings, I believe it's
Mm-hmm.
Capital Holdings, right? That is what would have had dollar everything under that umbrella, and
Mm-hmm.
then the corporate change is that they made First Rock private equity, um and they did the change so that perfect is a private is a which is the unlisted entity. um
Hold on. What that mean? Unlisted. You have to be listed to be a subsidiary and associate.
okay,
First
that
Rock
is
Private
true,
Equity is not listed, and
right?
it's also not technically it's an associate of First Rock. They own, I think, I want to say 13% of First Rock Private Equity. But I think they have control over it. They have some board influence. So under the rules, then under the accounting rules, then First Rock Private Equity could be seen as an associate of it. But Dollar is owned by First Rock Private Equity. But First Rock owns First Rock Private Equity, which owns Dollar. So
No.
Dollar
First Rock listed to First Rock doesn't own First Rock private equity.
listed First Rock owns a piece of First Rock Private Equity.
How much?
Not enough numerically to hit the 20% for the
Yeah.
associate,
Okay. I get what you're saying. I agree. Okay.
but they fall under the rules. Kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the other
So,
companies
so
that
basically, anything they own won't be passed up to the associate line,
So,
which is why I'm
in
asking
other
about the.
words, to
Mm-hmm.
simplify it,
Okay.
a listed company, a main market listed company, doing some might say complicated move in order to allow complicated legal and market move and business move to allow them to have an interest or to allow them to benefit from an interest in a company that can still list on the junior market because it doesn't break the junior market rules.
Mm-hmm.
GK, I think, has done that also. And the fact that in my book they've done it the second time, they're not the first to do it, but they've done it again. Is like, well, if GK, the old boring company, is doing it, then other people can do it, right? It can be a faster horse. And that's why
It's
that's
not
my
that for Spurtree. Spurtree not at associate level
Spurtree is not at the associate level for who?
for GK. Never has been either. GK investment, the reserve pool was 6 point. Where is the hell is the thing?
And I could be wrong. So I shooting from the hip here. So I could be 100% wrong. Apologies if I am. It doesn't it not changing my GK pit, or it might just make me
It
First
also doesn't
Rock.
change the thing there. It'd be funny because then you'll be dropping free game that you never actually need to drop. And
I
I
was
would hope
aware that I
that
was doing that from earlier too, and
I know, man.
I'm
But
very
then the
annoyed.
conversation, if that wasn't the case, the conversation wouldn't go there. So basically, it's proper free game, right? Like, oh, here are some things you can know about the market. And I never actually ever thought about them, but I did. So
Yeah.
take the free
But
this week.
I think the biggest free game is that if you care about your JMB share price, you should probably ask JMB to consider doing a reverse stock split. Have them look into it. Make it popular. They might like it. And if it happens, you're welcome. Buy me a drink at the bar
But
if you see me out. I forgot what I was looking for GK
I've
specifically.
seen it on Store 3, GK specifically, GK investments, and they're in there. Yeah, man, it's 100% up today after in there.
Of GK investments that they own?
Yeah.
Of GK investments.
Yep.
I could be 100% wrong, and
That's how I'm seeing here. Proportion of ordinary shares held by the group, 100%.
ooh, ooh, that's good. And what was it that owned Spur
Spur
Trees?
3, GK investments they get. Was getting a 6.4% in the IPO.
Wrong like bong. There is something there that me. Well, I take back the award from GK. Apologies, guys. I was wrong. Sorry, you didn't win. First rock then with the dollar move. First rock with the move to get dollar on is then my move of the year. If you don't count things like what I think will happen in JT.
God.
Good Lord.
Oh, the whole day not gone now. Hush. Pray. Yeah, I need to dive back into this because First Rock, the listed entity, changed its name. So, but
Uh
I need to track the transfer or ownership of where dollar was.
check that same love and affection note. I think two notes below that. But yeah.
Mm.
It was if not the GK, then definitely the first rock move with dollar to allow it to be on the junior. I think is a
Mhm.
strong move, and a close second would be the MFS and the MFS move, really. Yeah, the MFS move because of what they are
Mhm.
doing to something that was also failed. Um,
Yeah.
Doubly.
and I'm happy to see that company getting something new. SSLV, the former SSLVC getting
Get some
a
love and
good,
affection.
yeah. So love and affection. All right. I don't know if anybody have any last things they want to say or
Yeah,
put out there.
Randy.
Yes, Drew.
Not on the market, Zine, but just a suggestion. I suggest you tell your developers on the review and subscribe section where you must put in a password. I make them add an icon where you can like see the password or a comparison thing because there's nothing to really say that this is the password they put in. You get what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about my money, JA?
Yeah,
When you're
no,
signing
at
up.
everymickle.com when you're going through the payments and then you have part 3 where you review and subscribe, it asks you to create a password to manage your account,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that section, you're left blindly at the password that you put in. Usually, you can like
Oh, when you're sitting there, when you re-enter the password that you made up,
no,
you match it.
No, I
yeah,
know what
yeah,
he's talking about. I know what he's
match the
talking about.
password or an
It's something
icon
that's
to see what
already.
you put in.
It's something that's. Have you done it already?
I'm at that stage. I'm right here. I'm telling you.
Have you paid already?
Oh no.
All right. Cancel all of that. That's bad business. I shouldn't tell people to not pay right as they're about to give me their money, but cancel all of that and go back to like the home page.
Uh-huh.
Are you there?
Yeah.
All right. And you said that what happened that you'd gone into the store at first. Don't go into the store. I just want to be clear on what it is. You had gone
Okay.
into the store
Yeah.
and and
You go to grow grad subscription.
mhm,
Then you're going to go subscribe via credit or debit.
yeah.
You can
But
put in.
I don't actually want you to do that just yet.
Okay.
I want you to go back to the literal main page.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and from the literal main page, then you can. What will happen is it's a good thing that you pointed out. Thank you. In fact, it was sort of fixed and I didn't like something about the fix, so I went back to the old thing because that's not the smoothest flow. So if you go back to the main page now and click up top now where you see grow instead of store, if you refresh the page instead of store, you'll see grow. If you click that and click the subscription there, everything should work smoothly for you.
Okay, grow. Okay.
Much nicer, right?
All right. Yes, all right. Let me see. Grow grad subscription monthly. Okay. All right. So I hope so. So and that flow allows you to see the password that you put in or to compare it.
This flow should not even require you to have a password.
Okay. Okay. All right.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Wow.
Yeah, man.
Thank you very, very much. All right, people. Outside of customer care, if you guys have anything you want to say, now is the time. Now is the time to say it or catch up with
The
us
last
again at the
caller.
next, yeah, last caller or good night.
Well, I think the awards is fun, and we should do it. We should do it
Next year this time.
next year. Yeah.
Yeah, next year we'll do it in
Agreed.
person.
Yeah, agreed.
So please open back now.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
if we
Well,
can give somebody an actual award.
yeah.
Let's see. We're not really sure
let's
about that one day.
let's see. Finance still carry feelings here. So
Yes, sir.
so let's see. But I like that people like the fun in it. I'm happy that you guys enjoyed it. I'm happy that regular people are seeing that the market can be fun. And yeah, I hope that we're here next
Yeah,
year.
more come for Yard Award, you know.
Which is right. Competition.
Yeah,
Competition.
man.
Yeah, yeah. I like that. Well, I like that. Yard that him work cut out for him still, you know. The only reason Yard though with it, the only reason Yard win it is because the other contenders were in a way better already. And yeah, but in terms of rate of improvement, Yard fly. So
Yes, sir.
Yard, you hear that? The man gunning for your spot.
So,
The man not
yeah.
giving you no response either. All that.
All right. Well, I'm not
Oh yeah,
forget
one of
once
my favorite things. That's fun.
at the end of the year with a percentage we talk, you know?
All right.
All right. All right. Last thing I said, I'd tell this last one, and for me, it would have been the science award. Well, there's so many ways to do it, but the thing that maybe the subtle, the less dark horse one for 2022, um, would be funny enough. It was also Fast Rich,
Mm,
and
yeah.
outside that it was MFS, and outside that it was SOS,
I was
and
thinking, I'm saying if I were to choose a dark horse of 2022, it would have been Fast Rich. It did so well. And the funny part about Fast Rich is how much I spoke about it before that.
mm,
And still they were,
yeah,
and still and still I go and still wasn't there for the early rise. So
meaning the early rise.
from 4 go all the way straight up.
Yeah, I'm thinking about something
I'd sold around 8 or so.
354%. You know what it is? I'll just be open and honest about it. It's a stat that I don't necessarily want to put out publicly because I saw it and it didn't make sense to me. It frightened me. And I'm going to be a complete selfish person and say I'm only going to talk about it in the Grower Grad group. So, Grower Grads, I said that you guys should remind me about something. You have to remember this one. It's the most interesting stat I've seen. Like, I'm going to tell Danai as soon as we come off the stream. But yeah, it interested to the point where I thought it must be wrong. But yeah, um, thank you guys for it. I hope you enjoyed the awards. I won't keep you any longer in suspense and secret talking. There's no such thing. I just want you to enjoy. Keep investing, no matter the level you're at, and see you at the next Brick Talk or here at the next Brick Talk.
Indeed, people big up.
Big up, big up.
Enjoy the week. Enjoy the year. Happy New Year to everybody.
When it comes, the next one.
I don't think we're here. I don't. Were we here to say? No, we're here right before the New Year. So yeah, this is our first time saying Happy New Year to the people for this year.
Yeah, so I'm happy that they could get that. All right, everybody. Night, night.
Cheers.
All right, people.
Yeah, man.